and we've seen it elsewhere. The cost is clear. More than anything else, it's the loss of human life, innocent human life, innocent American lives at the hands of illegal aliens who have perpetrated some of the most heinous attacks on innocent American lives in recent memory. And these are entirely preventable, entirely avoidable crimes, crimes that would not have happened but for our open border policies facilitated by sanctuary cities. The cost is clear. It's also the increased additional avoidable tax burden on state, local, and federal taxpayers who are expected to subsidize and, in fact, are forced to subsidize problematic social welfare programs that illegal aliens have obtained eligibility for through fraudulent means or various loopholes. To say nothing of the education system, which, because of a Supreme Court ruling in Plyler v. Doe 4.5 decades ago, states are also forced, by no choice of their own, to supply that additional benefit as well. So look, the cost is clear. It's all over the place. We can't ignore it. And by continuing to ignore it, we create additional problems. Let's not dress this up as something that it is not and never can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo the sentiment that several of my colleagues have mentioned earlier in this hearing in more than just being surprised that this is, well, I guess the second hearing for this Congress, but the first of this calendar year. It is not about the federal budget, not about an economic outlook, but I understand why the Republican majority wouldn't want to talk about that. Not while gas prices are spiking because of an unauthorized war against Iran. Instead, we're here to discuss how off-base this whole sanctuary conversation really is. Now, I know it's a area of passion for the chairman. We've debated sanctuary policies on the floor of the Senate. As I've objected to the legislation he has presented that would promote federal overreach, in my opinion. I think part of my frustration comes from the fact that there's a fundamental misunderstanding about what sanctuary policies are and what sanctuary policies are not. Sanctuary policies do not mean that there are no laws in sanctuary cities or states. They do not keep ICE and other federal agencies from entering a city or a state to arrest violent criminals as they're released from prison. Sanctuary policies simply affirm that immigration enforcement is the job of the federal government, and that the federal government cannot unilaterally decide to co-opt state and local authorities or their resources, precious resources, in carrying out these responsibilities. True, there's some states and local jurisdictions who may choose to coordinate, collaborate, but there's many who don't for their justifiable reasons. It means carrying out immigration enforcement activities is ICE's purview, while respecting state and local law enforcement agencies to make their own decisions about how to focus and direct their limited resources that they deem best protects and serves their constituents. It means prohibiting federal overreach through policies that have been upheld by the courts. And so I'm glad several of my Republican colleagues are here to listen to me quote Justice Scalia in the case Prince versus United States. Quote, the federal government may neither issue directives, require the states to address particular problems, nor command the state's officers or those of their political subdivisions to administer or enforce a federal regulatory program. End quote. Look, folks, we can have disagreements on policy, but the fundamental misunderstanding about what sanctuary policies are has led to the promotion of enforcement actions across the country that have become damaging to our communities and to our local economies. So it seems to me that this debate has not really been about public safety. Because if it were, we could also be talking about how the data shows that sanctuary policies actually make communities safer, healthier, and more prosperous. That's right. The evidence shows, the research shows sanctuary jurisdictions have lower crime rates, higher median household income, less poverty, less reliance on public assistance, higher labor force participation, and lower unemployment. That's right. Seems like sanctuary cities are helping to make America great. I said it. So let's stop perpetuating the lies. Let's ensure that ICE and CBP agents are accountable and conduct their jobs in accordance with the law and the Constitution. Let's allow local law enforcement leaders to do what they deem is best for public safety. And Mr. Chairman, just so you know, I'm not exaggerating in my claims here. I'd like to submit for the record articles and reports from researchers at the University of Texas, Austin, from the Center for American Progress, from the University of Arizona, University of North Carolina, and the American Immigration Council. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy.
Secretary Wolf, thank you for your service. Why, in your opinion, do so many, not all, but so many of my Democratic colleagues believe in open borders?
Well, it's a good question. I think it's a couple of different fronts. One, it would be they don't believe in immigration law. They don't like enforcement. They don't like removing of individuals. And they believe that there are some that believe that anyone and everyone should be able to come to the U.S., whether they apply for protections under U.S. law or not. And then there's some probably that would like to see more voters in the U.S. as well.
Ms. Vaughn, some of my colleagues, for whom I have great respect, believe that the 10th Amendment allows local governments to ignore federal immigration law and implement sanctuary policy. The Supreme Court has ruled that racial quotas represent a pernicious form of racial discrimination. Can local governments ignore that ruling under the 10th Amendment?
Well, the 10th Amendment is about...
Can just answer my question, please, ma'am.
the 10th Amendment is about commandeering, and so it's not really appropriate to this because...
Is the answer yes or no, ma'am?
Could you ask me again? Because I don't understand the relevance to... I'm sorry, I don't... Because
Secretary
ICE
Wolf,
is not asking them
Secretary Wolf,
to do
you
that.
heard my question. Under the guise of the 10th Amendment, can local governments ignore a Supreme Court ruling?
I don't believe they can.
Okay. Women have the right to vote in America by statute
Yes.
and by constitutional interpretation. Under the guise of the 10th Amendment, can local governments just ignore that and prohibit women from voting?
No.
Okay. Mr. Duke, you worked for President Biden and Vice President Harris, didn't you?
Yes.
And I listened carefully to your testimony today. You expressed, well, you offered the opinion that the One Big Beautiful Bill is terrible in part because it will cause deficits. Is that right?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact that the profligacy of President Biden caused 9% inflation in America?
No.
Okay. Isn't it a fact that if President Biden had discovered life on Mars when he was president, he would have immediately sent it money?
I don't believe so.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Well, I appreciate your newly found fiscal conservatism. Mr. Beer, you seem to be a very smart guy, and you seem to be a nice enough guy.
Thank you, Senator. You seem smart as well.
Jack.
Don't
That was the chairman, not me.
Don't you think your hyperbolic statements undermine your credibility?
What hyperbolic statement did I make?
On February the 11th, 2026, you posted on Bluesky, quote, my words, or your words, not mine. The Democrats' video telling service members to ignore illegal orders didn't go far enough. They should have also urged them to refuse unethical orders, whether illegal or not. There are many things deemed legal that are still obviously unethical, and everyone should hold themselves to this higher law, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
I believe you did. Do you disagree with it? You think people should do unethical things in their capacity
On December the 31st of 2025, you posted in front of God.
But wait.
In
Do
front
you,
of,
do you
in
disagree
front
with
of,
what
let
I
me
said?
finish my question.
I'm
You
sorry.
answer it, sir. Sure. In front of God and country, you said, quote, they, referring to Republicans, think they can troll their way into us accepting ethnic cleansing, end quote. Your words, not mine. Did I read that correctly?
That was in regard to a
Did I
Department of
read that?
Homeland
Did I
Security
read
post
that?
about advocating 100 million deportations. That is what DHS has tweeted from their own account. 100 million deportations
hurts, doesn't
would
it?
be ethnic cleansing. You would be
Truth hurts,
removing
doesn't it?
1/3 of the country. So yes, there
Truth
are
can
people
just
within the
gut you like a
Department of
fish.
Homeland
And
Security.
you don't think this is hyperbolic? Give me 30 more seconds.
I think advocating 100 million deportations
I'm
is
having fun here,
ethnic
Mr. Chairman.
cleansing.
On February
Yes.
5th, you quoted you said the following on Bluesky.
Your time's
Quote,
up.
these are all good, but there's no enforcement mechanism. I'm sorry. Let me try a better one. On March 2nd, you said, quote, if you rule against Trump's population purge agenda, no hyperbole there, the nativists will name you, threaten you, and come after you. These judges are much braver than the ICE agents who hide behind masks while violating the Constitution.
They are
Close
much
quote.
braver. They put their names on their rulings and they stand behind their constitutional rulings. When I talk about population purge, I'm talking about the fact that they're trying to deport U.S.-born citizens, people born here. They are trying to deport them as well. So it's not a mass deportation agenda. It is also an agenda intended to reduce the population of the United States, including U.S.-born people.
thank
So
you.
these are not
Wait.
hyperbolic statements. I appreciate you reading my account. I appreciate
Here's
your
the good
research.
news.
What planet did you just, wait a minute, Mr. Chairman,
Wait.
what planet did you just parachute in from?
No. Hey, guys.
You trigger my gag reflex, Mr. Beaver.
We got a process here, and it's good to know you don't have an agenda. Senator King.
Mr. Chair, thanks for doing this. And Sheriff, welcome. I've got a Virginian at the table. That's why I wanted to come. My sheriff in his testimony said, it is important to distinguish criminal aliens who pose a threat to our community from immigrants here legally. All of us agree with that. We should try to find that balance. I don't think we're balanced right now. I've been here 13 years. I wish we'd have a hearing about the positive impact immigrants make on the United States. We've never had that hearing in this committee or the HELP committee or any others. When we have hearings, it's about immigrants doing bad things rather than about the
Well, y'all were in
positives that
charge. Why
immigrants
didn't
do.
you have them?
Well, can I take my time? Can I take my time? Because I think what happens, I think what happens when
Get a whole minute
the
more.
only hearings about immigrants are about crime, and we have a president who calls people's countries shithole countries. I got a lot of immigrants in the United States and in Virginia who feel like they're being targeted. And let's talk about positives. And I'm going to use Loudoun as an example. The sheriff is rightly proud of Loudoun County. 420,000 people in the last census. It's probably coming up to 450 now. It is not only one of the safest jurisdictions in the United States, it's also, by recent count, the wealthiest county in the United States. And guess what? 25% of the population and climbing is immigrant. 25%. Safe, economically successful, immigrant. And I also applaud this sheriff's department. If you have something to do, or if you don't have something to do on Halloween sometime, go to the Halloween parade in Leesburg, and you'll see the sheriff's deputies helping order. And they all wear uniforms with their names on them. None of them wear masks. The county's been an innovator in body camera use. Wow, what a novel concept. I like the professionalism that I see with your sheriff's department, and I think we could use it at the federal level. Here's an issue about sanctuary cities in the Trump administration. DHS, Mr. Chair, you might like this one. DHS in May put out a list of sanctuary cities, and they included 34 Virginia communities, cities and counties on that list. It provoked laughter in Virginia. There were cities that were not cities but counties. There were counties that were not counties but cities. There were jurisdictions that have virtually no immigrants whatsoever listed as sanctuary communities. Here was my favorite. The city of Duffield, Virginia. Now, if you don't know where Duffield is, you're not alone. Scott County, deep in Appalachia, 0.6 square miles, 76 people, not a single immigrant, not even a police department, sanctuary city. Virginia laughed the DHS out of the office. And so in October, this was in May. In August, DOJ came back and did a new list, number of sanctuary cities in Virginia, 0. They redid the list in October, number of sanctuary cities in Virginia, 0. Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce DHS's bogus sanctuary cities list into the record.
Without objection.
And then, Mr. Chair, my last question is, look, I'm not on judiciary, and the bill that you have about imposing liability on local officials would suggest that the only fault in this area lies on local officials. Now, if you have a markup, it'll be in judiciary, and I'm not on it, but my question is sort of for you. Isn't what's good for the goose good for the gander? What about all the times when I was governor of Virginia, 2006, 2010, and my DOC, Department of Corrections, or local law enforcement told ICE and the federal immigration agencies, 3 years under President Bush, 1 year under President Obama, that, hey, we've got somebody here who is not lawfully here. Please come pick them up. And ICE didn't show up. And ICE still is not showing up. So often, the bad examples, including one of the ones in Fairfax recently, repeated instances of ICE having this person in their purview, in their grasp, and then letting him go. So wouldn't it be, I mean, if you're going to do a bill and blame cities for this and try to impose liability on their local taxpayers, what about letting people sue ICE when hardworking local officials and sheriffs let folks know, hey, we got folks here that are here unlawfully, come pick them up. And when they don't come pick them up, shouldn't they be liable for that?
Yeah, maybe that's something we could do together. Sounds like a pretty good idea to me. Be glad to work with you.
Well,
I think those days are probably over with this administration, but the idea that the federal government had notice and the local community is willing to turn them over and they turned a blind eye and somebody got hurt, I would be willing definitely to create liability there.
And I'll just conclude, Mr. Chair, and say, the mayor in me, the governor in me, gets mad when things like this get blamed on mayors and governors when often it's complete dysfunction at the federal level under multiple administrations. That's the real culprit. I yield back.
Right. The lawyer in me wants to hold people accountable who create problems. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for holding this important hearing. The United States is a nation of law and order. Those two things go hand in hand because when you have laws that are obeyed, you have order in your communities. But for too long, liberal states and cities have decided to simply ignore the federal laws they don't agree with. When I was the governor of Florida, I didn't have to worry about our sheriffs not enforcing the law because President Trump and our federal law enforcement have to worry about that every day. The American people voted very clearly to secure the border. That's what the election was about, and stop illegal immigration. We're a country of legal immigration, not illegal immigration. And without a single new law being enacted, President Trump has delivered and secured the border when President Biden said he couldn't do it. President Trump and the heroic men and women of our ICE and Border Patrol are enforcing our laws, and they're securing our nation, and the crime rate is down. But some Americans say, no, we won't follow federal law. We want to be a sanctuary for people who broke the law to enter our country illegally. It is a violation. It's against the law to come into our country illegally, like most countries. It's dangerous, it's costly to the American taxpayer, and has horrific consequences. That's why I and my colleague on this committee, Senator Moreno, have introduced 2 bills to curb this kind of dangerous disregard for the law. Our Unifying American Security Interest Act and Sanctuary Jurisdiction Event Security Enhancement Act, which stop DHS funding grants and financial assistance from going to cities and jurisdictions that refuse to support our ICE and DHS agents in their efforts to keep our streets safe. Americans clearly don't want their tax dollars used for handouts to illegal aliens for health care or food stamps, while we have American citizens here at home who are going without. And that's the exact kind of waste and financial mismanagement that these bills will stop. But that's just the financial cost. Let's talk about the human cost. Laken Riley, a nursing student, 22 years old, in Georgia, was beaten with a rock and strangled by a Venezuelan illegal alien who had been caught at the border and released under Biden's open borders rules. Rachel Marin, 37, from Maryland, mother of 5, who was raped and murdered while hiking by a Salvadoran criminal alien who crossed our border illegally, not once, not twice, but 3 times under Biden. Kate Sinley, 32, died in her father's arms on a San Francisco pier after being shot by a 5-time Mexican deportee who was allowed to roam freely because the city's sanctuary policy led local officials to ignore an ICE detainer. These are just a few of the many lives cut short and the potential unrealized lives because of Biden's open borders that allowed dangerous people to come into this country and the sanctuary cities that chose to support and encourage these criminals. I'm from Florida. We are an immigration state, legal immigration. We don't support illegal immigration. Sheriff Chapman, my question, how can open borders and lax immigration policies like a sanctuary cities be considered humane by Democrats if they fail to protect the very citizens Democrats and other elected officials are meant to serve and they're under an oath of office to serve?
Well, I agree with that. I mean, the most important thing is for us to keep safety, keep our people safe, and we've got to do everything in our power, and that includes working with everybody. And I make that point all the time to my constituents, say, look, we want to work with all of our federal counterparts. We all have different missions here, different cogs in the wheel, but we all have to work together to keep everybody safe.
Is it better for you if you turn a criminal over to ICE rather than let them back into the community?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mr. Wolf, in sanctuary cities, local authorities can decline ICE detainers, which means that criminals are released back in the community rather than transferred safely into ICE custody. This creates opportunities for illegal fugitives to relocate or reoffend, like in the tragic murder of Kate Steinle. It also forces DHS officers to go into neighborhoods to root out violent criminals. Not only does this cost the taxpayer more, it also increases the risk for everyone involved, including bystanders, DHS officers, and potential future victims. How do these policies prioritize offenders over American victims by obstructing deportations?
Well, when ICE is required to go into a community out on the streets, right, instead of going into that jail setting and picking up that criminal illegal alien, it'll take 1 or 2 officers to go into a jail setting. If they have to go into their neighborhood, it's going to take 15 to 20 officers to apprehend that same individual. You're putting not only officers at risk, you're putting that alien at risk, and you're putting others in that community at risk. So the idea here, and it's an ironic kind of play here, is that individuals and politicians that want less ICE in their jurisdictions, they will give them sanctuary policies to say, we want ICE out. But in fact, it just requires them to be more in their communities because they won't go into a jail setting. They have to go into their neighborhoods. They have to continue to enforce immigration law. So if your idea is, I want to see less ICE in my community, I don't like immigration enforcement, let them into your jail. Let them pick up those criminal illegal aliens. Otherwise, they're going to be out on your streets because they have to continue to enforce immigration law. And of course, it's better with local law enforcement support and cooperation. But again, in many jurisdictions, sanctuary jurisdictions, we don't see that either.
Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question for all of you. Can just do a very simple, if it's okay, yes or no. I'm going to try to ask it as a simple yes or no question. Are you familiar with USC 1325?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Yes.
You're not? Okay. So the law passed in 1952 is the Immigration Naturalization Act. It talked about how the country controls immigration. Mr. Wolf, start with you. Do you think that we made a mistake passing that law that prohibits people from entering this country illegally?
No, I don't think that's a mistake.
Sheriff, do you believe we made a mistake passing that law?
No, I don't think so.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Maria?
It was a mistake to not let them come legally. That's what we need.
But that's not what the law said. The law said you can't enter the country illegally. Was that
There were
part-
definitely
that-
mistakes
was that-
in the
was that-
INA.
Was that
Many
part-
mistakes.
Don't be cute. Was that part of the law a mistake? Yes or no?
The part of the law that says you can't come legally, yes, that was a mistake.
That was a mistake that you can't come illegally?
No, legally. Legally is what I said.
Okay. So you haven't answered my question, but that's okay. You're a smug guy, and that's part of your shtick. How about you?
I don't know anything about this law.
Do you think it should be a crime to enter the country illegally?
I don't know anything about this. I'm here to talk
Well,
about budgets with the budget.
You don't have to, look, I'm not a lawyer, you don't have to be a lawyer, it's a simple question. Should it be a crime, I'll say it slowly, should it be a crime to enter the United States of America illegally?
I don't know
without
anything
permission?
about this.
Do you have a home?
I run.
Do you have a place that you sleep in?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Should it be a crime for people to enter your home without permission?
Yes.
You're pretty certain on that one?
Yes.
Okay, but you're not sure if it's okay to enter America without permission, which is our home, by the way. You don't know about America. Okay, gotcha. All right, so this is the best the Democrats can come up with, Mr. Chairman. I hope the ranking member can listen for just a second, if you don't mind. This is the best witnesses you've got. A guy who can't distinguish whether it's okay to have people enter our country illegally. Of all the millions of people that you could have chosen to testify.
To my good
you chose-
colleague.
let me finish. The best you have is a guy who has no idea what our immigration law is and isn't sure if somebody should enter the country illegally. Another guy is a smug guy who obviously has an agenda. And in fact, let me just ask you a question, because I'll just ask it
Maybe
flat.
stick to the facts instead of badgering
No,
the
not
witnesses.
not badgering the witnesses.
Well, you're
I'm asking
attacking them.
simple questions.
Yeah, why don't you ask them actual
But
factual
why don't you do this?
questions?
Why don't you speak when it's your turn? Because we actually
You're
take turns.
addressing me, so I'm addressing you back.
Because
You're looking right at me. You're addressing me.
Here's what I find ironic is that you follow rules here about speaking order. People can't speak out of turn, but it's okay with you that people enter our country and skip the turn. See,
now you're attributing views to me I haven't expressed. Isn't that interesting?
What I would love to find interesting.
Not only you're attacking witnesses, now you're attacking your colleagues
So-
here on the dais.
so
I think
gentlemen,
very inappropriate.
gentlemen.
You make it easy. All right, back to you.
Wait a minute. I'm in charge.
Yes, sir.
You ask him a question.
Yes.
He'll get a chance to answer that question. Finish your time.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the next question, Mr. Sheriff. How important is it for local law enforcement to cooperate with federal officials?
I can tell you it's worked for us, and it's kept our crime rate down extraordinarily low.
So if somebody is in your position in Hamilton County, which is the county where Cincinnati is, or the Cincinnati Chief of Police, would you advise them that you think it's helpful to cooperate with law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you find it interesting that that politicians who have no idea, no background in law enforcement will pass laws that prohibit law enforcement to cooperate with federal officials, local law enforcement? Do you think that's a good idea?
No, it's not a good idea.
It's a terrible idea. Do you have death threats against your sheriff deputies on a regular basis?
We get threats, not that often, but we do.
Constant
Yes.
death threats, or do you get
No,
constant?
not constant death threats, but we do get threats, yes.
Do you have drug cartels that have bounties out for your deputies?
No, we don't.
Do you get your agents doxxed where they go to your agents, your deputies' homes and threaten their children and their wives and their kids?
No, we have not.
Do you get politicians that call your deputies Gestapo and Nazis?
We've had certainly not politicians, not locally here, but certainly we've had a lot of people in the community that have said that.
Do you find any of that helpful when talking about law enforcement agencies? Because see, here's the irony. What we're disparaging is the people whose job it is to enforce the laws, and I find it extraordinarily interesting that the people in charge of making these laws are disparaging the people who are enforcing those laws. And I wonder, and I'll ask for the record if the minority witnesses could just sign an affidavit that they've not received any money and the organization that they work for or participate in from any organizations tied to the Mexican drug cartels, which would have an absolute incentive to have illegal migration at the levels that we saw under Biden.
If you have any reason.
We haven't accepted any drug cartel money.
Okay.
Again, if they could just put that in affidavit or an affiliated organization.
You okay, Mr. Duke?
I'd like to look at the affidavit.
Okay, fair enough. Do you know if you've accepted any money?
I do not know of anything like that.
Right, yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. All right, so, good hearing. Senator Merkley, I'll let you go first. I'll have a few words and we'll go vote.
Well, let's start with the Gang of Eight that my colleague referred to from 2013. Democrats and Republicans came together, 4-4. They crafted a bill on immigration. It was all about the rule of law on the border. Democrats and Republicans together saying the rule of law. It addressed path to citizenship for dreamers, Democrats and Republicans together. So one of the myths we've heard today from some of my colleagues is that Democrats don't support the rule of law. Absolutely wrong. What happened to that 2013 bill that went over to the House of Representatives, controlled by Republicans? They would not even hold a hearing on it. They wanted to keep an open sore of immigration as a political issue. In 2024, Democrats and Republicans in the Senate came together again, crafted a deal, and it was President Trump as a candidate who said, don't do it, I want to keep immigration as an election issue. So I just think it would be more productive if we quit casting aspersions across the aisle and go back to the philosophy of 2013 and work together to actually get a bill done, or the philosophy of 2024. And certainly all of us agree in going after violent criminals. That's the second myth that was presented today, that people don't support going after violent criminals. Absolutely a myth, and it's just irritating to continuously hear that. Myth number 3 from one of my colleagues was that Democrats won't fund FEMA. In fact, last week in the Senate, we asked unanimous consent to fund FEMA and the Coast Guard and TSA, and it was the Republicans that objected. So let's clear up that piece. The next myth, that is that undocumented individuals receive benefits. It is illegal under the law for undocumented individuals to receive Medicaid or Medicare or CHIP or SNAP or Social Security benefits. Another myth, that states that have decided that local police are more effective being local police somehow attract immigrants because they're not held accountable to the law. They are held accountable to the law. In fact, you have lower crime rates in those states. So that's kind of interesting. And in fact, we see that some states, like Texas, they have 50% more undocumented immigrants as a ratio of population than Oregon does. So clearly it's not Oregon's policies that say we're more effective and safer and more prosperous when ICE does ICE and local police do local police work. And yet another myth. One of my colleagues across the aisle said states do not have powers. He says they do not have rights, but they do have powers, 10th Amendment. The powers not delegated to the U.S. by the Constitution are reserved to the states and to the people. And that is why the federal government cannot commandeer individuals in the states to do federal responsibilities. It's called the Constitution of the United States of America. Another myth was that it's less safe in states where local police do local police work. There's many statistics that show the opposite of that. But let's just take, for example, where is the highest murder rate in America? Is it in a state where local police are assigned to local police? No. It's Mississippi. Who's the second highest murder rate? Louisiana. How's the murder rate in Oregon? It is 1/4 of what is in those states. So let's be clear again, this myth that you have higher crime rates in places where the local police gain the trust of the people, work carefully between state and local and with federal officials, but they don't do the work of ICE. And if ICE knows that someone is in a jail, and they know because it's in the federal database, in the FBI database, and they want that person, it only takes a couple days to go get a judicial warrant and pick that person up. Every time there's a judicial warrant, that person is held. So If it's just being lazy or sloppy or whatever else, there's a whole lot of misinformation coming forward here that needed to be corrected.
Well, thank you very much. I have a different view of things. Really appreciate the hearing. Obama deported 3 million people. I don't think all of them were criminals. They didn't use judicial warrants. What you're trying to do is make it impossible to deport people. If you have to go to a judge and get a judicial warrant to deport somebody, you effectively destroy the ability to deport. You're denying Trump the same system you are giving Obama. This hearing to me is stunning. I'm so glad we had it. You're all in on sanctuary city policy. If you're looking to America, if you're looking for anybody to change this system, our Democratic friends have no interest. They think it's good for America. The more illegal immigrants, the better. I don't. I'd like to have a rational immigration system. Gang of Eight, I was involved in it. What we try to do is stop future flow, and the trade-off was to give people a pathway to citizenship, knowing you would stop future flow. You're right, the House blocked the bill. During 2020 to 2024, Joe Biden destroyed every concept of rational immigration. He made it impossible for a Republican to sit down and talk with a Democrat because during his 4 years, he took every rule and ignored it. There are no taxpayer dollars associated with legal immigrants. They were flown into the country on airplanes. They were bussed in. They were fed. They were giving housing. 11 million people are not living in the streets. They're in some apartment or a house somewhere. And if you don't think that affects housing, that's crazy. 11 million people came at least in a 4-year period. And to hear you say it, no impact on this country. That's just absurd. So what are we going to do? We're going to try to start with the magnets. If you don't think sanctuary city policy is a magnet for future illegal immigration, that's just insane. How can you fix it if you don't take the magnets off the table? The bottom line is I want a vote on my bill to hold local and state officials accountable for violating federal law when they should enforce it like they did during Obama, and you won't let me have a vote. You won't let me have the debate. The reason you don't want to vote is because 70 to 80% of the American public think the policies you're pushing are harmful. There is a budget impact to being overrun in a country in a 4-year period. To think this is not a problem is insulting to the American people. It is a problem. And you try to rationalize it and make it a good thing. It's not a good thing, it's a bad thing. At the end of the day, if you can't answer the question, it should be a crime to come into the country legally, that says all you really need to know about the people here. Of course it should be. It should be a crime, as Senator Moreno said, to go in your house without being invited. We cannot have a sovereign nation when people just show up and come in and go anywhere they want to go. That's just not rational. We've got more people on the terrorist watch list than we've ever had, 2,700%. The people who've come here are all not well-meaning. I understand immigration pretty well. I understand the need to fix it. The American people want to be fair, but Senator Merkley, they're not going to buy into a system that constantly allows people to come in unchecked. Once you could prove to them you've stopped illegal immigration, then we could have a rational discussion about what to do with people who've been here a long time. But you've doubled or tripled the number of people. So all I will say, this is a debate worthy of a great nation. Our Democratic friends are accepting of a sanctuary policy. They don't think it's a problem. I do. Let's have a debate. Let's have a vote. This will be good for the country going into 2026 as to who should be in charge of controlling our borders and enforcing law. This administration is enforcing the law. The prior administration obliterated the law. Thank you very much to all of you for coming. I appreciate your time and attention. Senator Merkley, thank you. The hearing is adjourned. And, one second. I want to introduce a statement. Yeah, you can finish up. Donald Rosenberg was unable to be here. I'd like to put his statement in the record. He represents victims of legal alien crime. Without objection, I'd like to introduce this statement, if that's okay. Is it okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank our witnesses for preparing for the committee. You want to finish your thought? Go ahead.
Mr. Beer, you have a pile of documents. Did you want to enter those into the record? What are those documents?
Without objection. Okay.
These are all the studies that show that immigrants do not increase crime, and places that place restrictions on ICE cooperation are not resulting in an increase in crime.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Okay, the hearing record will remain open until noon tomorrow for the submission of questions for the record to the committee clerk. The hearing is adjourned. Thank you all very, very much.
That's Johnny.
Yeah, we got. Okay. I'm standing. Can you not see me? Hi. Check, check, check. Can you see me? Okay. Thank you.
Hey, John. Yeah, we've seen how much this administration's messaging can impact oil prices. Just a short while ago, the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, took down a post saying that a U.S. Navy ship had successfully escorted an oil tanker to the Strait of Hormuz. That good news sent oil prices lower, and then when they took it down, it came up a little bit. Still unclear why the post went up in the first place or was taken down. We hope to get those answers in the briefing. But the messaging has also impacted things like stock prices.
Well, look, there's still an enormous amount of questions about this timeline in particular. And what we heard at the Pentagon today was Pete Hegseth putting this squarely on the president. So obviously that is going to be something that comes up. One of the things that we had heard from the Secretary of Defense was that this was going to be roughly 3 weeks to 8 weeks. Well, he completely walked that back during his press conference today, saying they weren't going to give a timeline, and then saying they were going to defeat and make sure that they had all of the objectives done, but also they were going to be doing it on their own timeline that they controlled, that President Trump controlled the throttle. But it is unclear what that means in terms of an actual timeline. And President Trump had said he always believed this was going to be anywhere from 4 to 5 weeks. He also seems to be kind of walking away from that 4 to 5 weeks. It's not something that we've heard him say. Obviously, in an interview yesterday, he said he thought it was very close to complete. The war then essentially said that we weren't done winning. We hadn't done enough winning yet, so that this war was going to continue. So what exactly America is looking for, what the United States is looking for, what the administration is looking for still remains a big question. And how will they determine when America will get out of this conflict in Iran? Of course, they have said over and over again, this isn't going to be a forever war. This isn't going to be about nation building. But yet we still have no idea how long this is going to last. And Americans have a lot of questions about this. Thanks.
Basically, this is my shot. So when you do it, look cool.
Shoot with your phone? You shoot with so shoot with your phone because you can't hear this. I'm not in it. Why is that? I mean, if
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's begin with some scheduling updates. Tomorrow, President Trump will travel to the great states of Ohio and Kentucky, where he will tout his economic victories and detail the administration-wide efforts to continuing lowering prices to make everyday life more affordable for working Americans. The president will visit Thermo Fisher Scientific in Ohio and give remarks at Verst Logistics in Kentucky. On Thursday, President Trump and the First Lady will host a Women's History Month event in the East Room. And on Friday, the president will sign several executive orders, and we will provide more details on those later this week. As President Trump shared with the American people last night, the United States military is making tremendous strides towards achieving our military objectives for Operation Epic Fury. 10 days in, this campaign has been a resounding success thus far, and America's warriors are winning this important fight at an even faster pace than we anticipated. More than 5,000 enemy targets have been struck so far. Iran's ballistic missile attacks are down more than 90%, and their drone attacks are down by approximately 85% since the start of Operation Epic Fury. The United States is also annihilating the Iranian regime's navy, and we have destroyed more than 50 Iranian naval vessels, including a major drone carrier ship. None of the regime's vessels are operating in major regional waterways, and the Iranian Navy has been assessed as combat ineffective. The trend is clear. U.S. combat capabilities are increasing and growing more lethal and dominant by the day, while the Iranian terrorist regime's ability to respond has rapidly declined. Now, the U.S. military is moving to dismantle Iran's missile production infrastructure. Our incredible B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs on deeply buried missile sites. Last night, President Trump reiterated his commitment toward keeping oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz so the United States and all of our allies can receive their energy needs. President Trump will not allow rogue Iranian terrorists to stop the freedom of navigation and the free flow of energy. Let me be clear. It is a good thing to wipe out terrorists who indiscriminately target civilians and attempt to hold the global economy hostage, and President Trump should be commended for doing so. As the president made unequivocally clear to the remaining elements of this terrorist regime in his statement yesterday, if they do anything to stop the flow of oil or goods within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the world's most powerful military 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Moving forward, the stated objectives for Operation Epic Fury remain the same. Destroy the terrorist regime's ballistic missiles, raise their Iranian missile industry to the ground, ensure their terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region, and ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. President Trump remains confident these goals will be accomplished in swift fashion. As for the oil, President Trump fully expected the rogue Iranian regime to try and disrupt the global markets. That's why President Trump and his energy team have been planning for this long before the strike and have moved quickly to address these temporary disruptions. Thus far, the Trump administration has offered political risk insurance to tankers operating in the Gulf. The Treasury temporarily waived certain oil-related sanctions, and the Commander-in-Chief has offered the U.S. Navy to escort tankers when necessary. The president and his energy team are closely watching the markets, speaking with industry leaders, and the U.S. military is drawing up additional options following the president's directive to continue keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I will not broadcast what those options look like, but just know the president is not afraid to use them. Rest assured to the American people, the recent increase in oil and gas prices is temporary, and this operation will result in lower gas prices in the long term. Once the national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly, potentially even lower than they were prior to the start of the operation. And we will live in a world where Iran can no longer threaten the United States or our allies with a nuclear bomb. On another matter here at home, President Trump is urging Congress to pass the Save America Act, one of the most critical pieces of legislation in our nation's history. The Save America Act is overwhelmingly popular with all Americans because each provision is rooted in common sense. The Save America Act has 5 simple requirements as requested by the President of the United States. Number 1, voters have to show ID to cast a ballot in an American election. Very simple. 90% of Americans, including more than 80% of Democrat voters, agree with this. Number 2, the Save America Act will require all voters to show proof of citizenship in order to register to vote in American elections. Again, this is popular and rooted in common sense. Only American citizens have the right to vote in American elections. But after Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed tens of millions of illegal aliens into our country, it's more important than ever to ensure that only American citizens are registering to vote on our nation's voter rolls, and Congress needs to pass this. Number 3, the Save America Act abolishes the incredibly unsecure practice of universal mail-in ballots, which throw the door wide open for fraud. Importantly, the Save America Act maintains exceptions for Americans to use mail-in ballots for illness, disability, military, or travel reasons. The bipartisan 2005 report of the Commission on Federal Election Reform, chaired by, of all people, former President Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State James Baker, concluded that, quote, absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud, and it is time for Congress to finally address this. Number 4, the Save America Act permanently bans men from competing in women's sports. President Trump signed a landmark executive order upholding the promise of Title IX and ending this dangerous and unfair practice. But now it's time for Congress to codify this into law. Number 5, the Save America Act bans transgender mutilation surgery for children. Again, President Trump signed a common sense executive order to do this and kept his promise to the American people, but now Congress needs to do the same and codify it. It's well past time for Democrats in Congress to stop perpetuating the radical and false claim that you can somehow change a child's sex. You cannot. Passing the Save America Act is the most important thing that Republicans and, frankly, Democrats can do to strengthen election integrity and protect our democracy. It's what the American people elected Republicans to do, and they must deliver on it as soon as possible. The president is calling on Congress to get the job done and send this historic piece of legislation to his desk immediately for signature. So with that today, I will take your questions. Benny, thank you for being here, and why don't you start us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So my first question is actually about the Save America Act. So one of the biggest things that the Democrats are saying, the claims that they're making, is that the Save America Act, it would prevent married women from voting in elections or make it harder for them. What do you have to say to those claims? Is there any validity to them, and where do you think they're getting this from?
There is zero validity to these claims, and I'm glad that you brought them up, because you have the Democrats who have created this myth, and it has been perpetuated, unfortunately, by many in the mainstream media. Let me be very clear. The Save America Act does not prohibit anyone from voting, with the exception of illegal aliens. And the greatest way to disenfranchise American citizens from voting in American elections is to allow illegal aliens to vote, which is what Democrats want to do. We see it taking place in Democrat jurisdictions at the state and local level across this country. So the Save America Act corrects that. And as far as married women who have changed their name, if they're already registered to vote, they're entirely unaffected by the SAVE Act. And for the small fraction of individuals who have changed their name or their address, they can still register to vote, of course. They just have to go through their state processes to update that documentation. And this is something that the American people, married women, and minorities, and people all across this country who Democrats are insultingly saying cannot do this, they're already doing it every day, going to the Social Security office, going to the DMV, and I think it's frankly insulting that the Democrats are saying that there are certain groups of people in this country who aren't smart enough to update their documentation to allow them to vote. Again, this is a huge myth, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address it.
Of course, and then just one more question about DHS. The funding issue has been 3+ weeks now. I was at the airport this morning in St. Louis, Missouri, and it was early in the morning, and one of the TSA agents, I saw her, she was kind of tearing up, she was crying, and I asked her, I was like, what's wrong? And she was like, I can't make my phone payment, I can barely make my car payment that's coming up. I think a lot in the Beltway, there's so much noise between Democrats, Republicans. It's the Democrats' fault, it's the Republicans' fault. But what is the White House's message to the American people that are struggling because they're not getting that paycheck? Take away the politics. What do you have to say to those people?
President Trump wants the Department of Homeland Security. He wants TSA, he wants FEMA, he wants the brave men and women of our United States Coast Guard to receive their paychecks, and he wants this department to be fully funded and fully reopened. And so to any American out there who is struggling without a paycheck, we know there's more than 100,000 of you across the country. To any American out there who is showing up to an airport and facing incredibly long wait times and lines, Call your Democrat member of Congress and tell them to fund the Department of Homeland Security. That's what President Trump wants to do, and it's completely ridiculous that the American people are suffering as a result of these partisan games that are being played by Democrats on Capitol Hill. Thank you. Steve.
You said the operation was going faster than anticipated. What is your current timeline for how long the war will last?
So look, as you know, Steve, the president and the U.S. military's initial timeline was about 4 to 6 weeks to achieve the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. Again, to destroy their missiles and their ability to make them, destroy their Navy, permanently deny them nuclear weapons forever, and to, of course, weaken their evil terrorist proxies in the region. We know that the U.S. military and our brave warfighters are quickly and expeditiously executing these objectives well ahead of schedule, but ultimately the operations will end when the Commander-in-Chief determines the military objectives have been met, fully realized, and that Iran is in a position of complete and unconditional surrender, whether they say it or not.
Does the president still want Iran's unconditional surrender?
Well, when President Trump says that Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, he's not claiming the Iranian regime is going to come out and say that themselves. What the president means is that Iran's threats will no longer be backed by a ballistic missile arsenal that protects them from building a nuclear bomb in their country. I could make an empty threat, but if I have no actions to back it up, then it's an empty threat. And so President Trump will determine when Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, when they no longer pose a credible and direct threat to the United States of America and our allies. Adriana.
Can you explain why the Energy Secretary posted and then appeared to have deleted a post on X saying that the U.S. Navy escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, I was made aware of this post. I haven't had a chance to talk to the Energy Secretary about it directly. However, I know the post was taken down pretty quickly, and I can confirm that the U.S. Navy has not escorted a tanker or a vessel at this time, though, of course, that's an option the President has said he will absolutely utilize if and when necessary at the appropriate time.
And if this was something that was posted erroneously, could it be because of a staffer? I guess, will there be any consequences for this? I know you still have to consult, but just generally speaking.
Again, I would defer you to the Department of Energy to answer that question.
And if I could just follow up really quickly.
Sure.
In terms of oil sanctions, the president said that there would be some sanctions that would be lifted. Would those be on Venezuela, Russia? Could you give some specifics there and then timing for that as well?
Sure. I know it's something that the Treasury Department and the President's energy team continue to discuss, and they will ultimately consult with the President before decisions are made. I don't have any announcements on new sanctions or the lifting of new sanctions for you today. Alex.
Thank you. Reuters has reported that about 150 U.S. service members have been injured so far. Can you confirm that number and elaborate on that?
I can't confirm the exact number. I know it's within that ballpark, but I would defer you to the Pentagon for a specific number of wounded or injured thus far.
And then secondly, if I can, I wanted to ask about, there was a briefing on the Capitol Hill today, and some senators came out and said they were more convinced than ever that there would be U.S. boots on the ground. Senator Blumenthal said that, in fact. Your reaction to that and any update on President Trump's thinking about it?
Look, I would say that Democrats on Capitol Hill are clearly being quite disingenuous. 3 years ago, not a single Democrat voted against the resolution condemning Iran as the world's leading state sponsor of terror. Yet now, with President Trump as Commander-in-Chief finally taking the action that so many Democrats have called on the Commander-in-Chief to do for many, many years to wipe out the threat of a rogue Iranian terrorist regime, now all of a sudden Democrats are playing politics with this long-standing bipartisan policy of the United States, and 53 of them in the House recently voted against the resolution condemning Iran as the world's state sponsor of terror. So I wouldn't take Democrats at their word. As for boots on the ground, the president has talked about this repeatedly. Wisely, he does not rule options out as Commander-in-Chief. So again, I would hesitate to confirm anything that a Democrat on Capitol Hill says right now about the president's thinking. Garrett.
John, you outlined to Steve the military components of what would be involved in ending this war, but it seems like there's a political component too. The president said to Fox earlier today that he doesn't believe the new Ayatollah can live in peace. He made a variety of comments suggesting that he should be involved in picking the new Iranian leader. Is the ending of this war also contingent on Iran selecting a leader that the president finds acceptable? And if so, how is that not the definition of a regime change war?
Look, as President Trump has blatantly and frankly stated, it's obviously within the best interest of the United States and the West to no longer have a radical terrorist in charge of Iran, especially as we see their reaction to Operation Epic Fury. They had their missiles turned towards our Gulf and Arab partners in the region. Again, this was a regime that chanted, or still chants, death to America. We look at the way that they are holding the entire world hostage with the restricting of the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. So the president, I think, is making quite an obvious comment. Again, as for the timeline of the military operations with respect to Iran, we have objectives that we have laid out that the commander-in-chief wants to see achieved. When they are achieved, then it will ultimately be up to the president to end this operation.
Okay, so I think you're not exactly addressing my question, though. Is that political objective also necessary for the president to decide to end this war?
Look, again, I just told you the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. When those objectives are met, the president will dictate the end of these operations when he deems that Iran no longer poses a credible threat to the United States of America. And again, it goes back to what does that unconditional surrender look like? Iran can talk all they want, and their words will be very empty when we've completely annihilated their navy as we are doing, when we've taken out the threat of their ballistic missile capability, when we can firmly finally ensure that they can no longer make a nuclear bomb to threaten the United States and our allies and our troops in the region. And that's what President Trump is ultimately seeking to do with respect to this operation. Jennifer.
There was a shooting outside of a synagogue in Baltimore. Do you know if the president has been briefed on that, and do you have any more details on what happened?
I don't, but we certainly will get you more details, Jennifer. And I don't know if the president has briefed, but I'll check on that when I get back to the Oval Office after this. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday for the first time that he had to strike Iran because he believes that Iran was going to strike U.S. targets within 7 days. And then he bumped that down later to 3 days. Where is he getting that?
Well, that's not the first time the president has said that he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury because he felt as though Iran was going to strike the United States and our assets in the region first. Again, I addressed this in the last briefing. This was a feeling the president had based on facts provided to him by his top negotiators who had been engaged with the Iranian regime in a good faith effort. The Iranian regime was lying, deceiving the United States of America, clearly trying to continue their nuclear program to create a bomb that would, of course, threaten the United States of America. Again, their ballistic missile arsenal, they were rapidly and aggressively increasing that by the month to a place where they would essentially build immunity for themselves, where a future president or President Trump would not be able to launch this incredibly successful operation. And so the president, again, as I have reiterated and he has said, was not going to sit back and allow the Iranian regime to threaten or to attack the United States of America any longer.
But there are no U.S. leaders or Israeli leaders who are making those same claims. So is he making this up to justify his decision to go to war now?
The president is not making anything up, Nancy. He is looking at this every single day based on intelligence, based on facts, and based on intelligence that he himself and his negotiators have consumed based on their, again, negotiations with the rogue Iranian regime over the past year. And the president and his team tried in a good faith way to reach a diplomatic deal through peaceful means with the Iranian regime. And Iran chose this path to death and destruction. Iran wanted to attack the United States of America, and the president was not going to sit back and allow that to happen. He was not going to sit back and allow that to happen, and everyone in this room should be grateful for it. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions for you. One has to do with a follow-up to your statement that you made at the beginning of the briefing regarding the Save America Act.
Sure.
Yesterday, the Senate Majority Leader John Thune spoke on the effort to potentially have a filibuster broken, the rules for the filibuster broken. He said the votes aren't there, one, to nuke the filibuster, and the votes aren't there for a talking filibuster. He says that's the reality. What's your reaction to what Senator Thune said?
Look, I think President Trump, the urgency behind his need to pass the Save America Act and his desire to get this country-saving legislation passed has been made quite clear. He wants all options on the table, and he wants the Senate to move as quickly as possible through whatever means necessary.
And then secondly, just regarding the president's trip tomorrow, looking ahead, why Ohio and why Northern Kentucky?
Well, why not? These are two great states with great Americans.
Just wanted to know why they were chosen.
Great states with great Americans. The president will be joined by lawmakers from both states who he greatly admires and respects and supports. And he'll be meeting with business owners in both of these places and talking about the economy, which is, of course, the utmost importance to him.
Caroline. Thank you. Last week, the Energy Secretary issued a waiver for India to get oil, Russian oils, during this energy crisis.
Yes.
Have you spoken to President about it? What's the idea behind this?
Have I spoken to the president about it?
Yeah.
Yes, I have spoken to the president about it. And the president and the Secretary of Treasury and the whole national security team came to this decision because our allies in India, as you know, Lalit, have been good actors and have previously stopped buying sanctioned Russian oil. So as we work to appease this temporary gap of oil supply around the world because of the Iranians, we have temporarily permitted them to accept that Russian oil. And this Russian oil was already at sea. It was already out on the water. So this short-term measure, we don't believe it will provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government at this time.
I have one more question about Pakistan. You know, Pakistan is a neighbor of Iran, and Pakistan is also an ally of U.S. President has been praising a lot about the field marshal. Is Pakistan providing any kind of support in this war against Iran?
That I will have to check on with the Pentagon and get back to you. Sure.
The president said yesterday that President Putin told him he wanted to be helpful in the Middle East. The Kremlin put out a statement where Putin said, quote, "I would like to reaffirm our unwavering support for Tehran and our solidarity with Iranian friends." How does the president think that Russia could be helpful, if not helping Iran? And did the president push Putin on Russia sharing intelligence with Iran in this war?
The president and his special envoy Witkoff have both said that, of course, they've sent a message to Russia that if that was taking place, it's not something they would be happy with, and they hope that it is not taking place. As for further details about the discussions between these two leaders, I'll leave it to the president to divulge any more of that conversation, but he did confirm it yesterday and provided you with a little bit of the background and his view and his perspective, as he always does. Luke.
Regarding the missile strike on the Iranian school, how long does the administration expect that investigation to take, and will the White House or the Department of Defense release a full report of its findings once the investigation is complete?
The Department of War will do that. The investigation continues, and as the president said yesterday at his press conference, he will accept the conclusion of that investigation, whatever it may be. We'll go to the back row for some love. Sure, in the back with the glasses. Go ahead.
Regarding the shield of the
Sitting down.
Americas.
Caroline,
And then you can go, but go first.
Okay, thank you.
Is there an update regarding
You have rough real estate back there, so I'm
Is
trying to give you
is
some
there an
love.
update regarding Cuba, and also is an economic deal imminent?
Sure. I don't have any updates on Cuba for you today. Obviously, this is something the administration is actively dealing with. The president's made it quite clear, it's his belief, based on fact, that the Cuban regime is bound to fall. The country is obviously in a very weak place, economically speaking. The people are crying out for help, and the president believes and knows that the Cuban regime wants a deal. So as you know, Secretary of State Rubio has been engaged in those conversations as directed by the president. I don't have any updates for you today, though.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Shield of the Americas, the initiative by President Trump this weekend, big names, a lot of countries, but some notable absences. For instance, Colombia, which is a key ally with the United States in terms of counter-narcotics. And President Gustavo Petro was here at the White House, and he met with President Trump. Why wasn't Colombia invited to the Shield of the Americas?
I don't think we're seeing the level of cooperation we quite want to see yet from the Colombian government to invite them to the Shield of America's event in Pact, but we certainly hope that this newfound organization will expand and we can continue to invite additional member countries. But there was quite a few countries there. I believe there were 17 countries represented, 12 heads of state with the president over the weekend. They signed a defense agreement with all of our militaries to emphasize the need to combat drug cartels through Latin America and the Western Hemisphere, and ultimately, of course, to curb the illegal trafficking of drugs to the United States, which is the president's utmost priority in all of this. So it was a great event on Saturday, and we look forward to the coalition expanding. Kelly in the back.
Caroline, thank you. Good to see you. I want to get back to another question that was asked earlier. It talked about the political aspects, but there's also the ideological and the spiritual aspects of what Iran has said for 47 years. Death to America, death to Israel. And we've just finished talking about the fact that terror has been around the world. Iran has been the nexus of that in so many ways. Has the president stated clearly to the American people why this is such an imminent threat in order for Democrats on Capitol Hill and Republicans and the American people to understand how imminent the threat was?
I think he has, Kelly. I mean, you've heard from the president on an almost daily basis over the course of the past 10 days. You've heard it from me at this podium. You've heard it from the Secretary of War, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States. You know, the president's top cabinet and his officials have been repeatedly explaining to the American public the threat that Iran has posed to our country in this moment, but of course over the course of the past 47 years. And their words, again, chanting death to America, speak for themselves. Go ahead. You can follow up.
Why the division within the American people? I realize that we have the people are talking about the War Powers Act. They're talking about all kinds of issues. But have people forgotten just how imminent that threat was? If they keep saying death to America and death to Israel, they mean it.
Look, I don't think the American people have forgotten, but I think Democrats on Capitol Hill, they have not forgotten, but they are just so plagued with this resistance to President Trump on everything that they do that, again, they can't even rally behind the common sense, bipartisan, long-standing principle of the United States of America that Iran absolutely poses a threat to the United States, that Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. And I think that's reflected again in their voting pattern. In 2023, every single member of the House of Representatives, with the exception of one, I believe the final vote was 412 to 1 in 2023 for a resolution condemning Iran as the world's state leading sponsor of terror. And now in this year, under this president in 2026, 53 Democrats voted against that exact same resolution with the exact same language. I don't think that's a change in the threat that Iran has posed to the United States. I think it's a change in the Democrat Party's thinking and their vicious hatred for President Trump. Danny? Sure.
National threat level, following on Kelly, what's the national threat level right now because of this death to America, death to Israel issue?
I believe the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have repeatedly and continuously provided updates on the threat level to the homeland. I don't want to speak on it out of turn from up here, but of course, the federal government is continuing to coordinate and partner with local law enforcement agencies across the ground to thwart potential threats to the homeland. This is something the administration obviously takes very seriously. We are thwarting threats that, frankly, most Americans don't know about because they never make headlines, but that's the great work that the Department of Homeland Security is doing, and it emphasizes and underscores the point of why Democrats need to fund and reopen fully the Department of Homeland Security right now. Danny.
School. Why did President Trump say yesterday that Iran may have Tomahawk missiles when there are only 3 other U.S. allies plus the U.S. that have those missiles and therefore could...
Look, again, as the president said yesterday, he will accept the conclusion of this investigation by the Department of War. I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about who may be responsible for this. We're not going to get ahead of the Department of War and the conclusion of that investigation. The president has a right to share his opinions with the American public, but he has said he'll accept the conclusion of that investigation. And frankly, we're not going to be harassed by the New York Times, who's been putting out a lot of articles on this, making claims that have just not been verified by the Department of War, to quickly wrap up this investigation because the New York Times is calling on us to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Carolyn, with the DHS currently under a partial Democrat shutdown, does the administration have any specific concerns about potential impact on Homeland Security or intelligence monitoring of sleeper cells inside the United States? And do you have any comment on the bombing, the 2 individuals that bombed New York City or tried to?
Yeah, it was absolutely despicable to see that attack in New York City. I know the FBI is investigating, and the Department of Justice and SDNY have announced they are charging those 2 individuals and alleged terrorists, and I know they won't rest until justice is sought in this case. Daniel.
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate it. Millions of Americans are filing taxes for the first time since the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act into law. New reports say that new IRS data says that the average federal tax refund is around $3,800, a little bit up from the last period of last year. Does the president believe that the average federal tax refund increasing this year could provide a little bit more economic growth, something that he's been very focused on as the year progresses.
Absolutely. And Americans are going to start benefiting from the fruits of President Trump and Republicans' labor through the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill and these historic tax cuts. We are midway through tax season, so just to provide an update from the Treasury Department that just went out moments ago, nearly 63.5 million tax returns have been processed thus far, 45% of the anticipated total number of tax returns by April 15th. So don't forget to file your taxes, people. And the average refund this year is more than $3,700. And we know that more than 27.5 million individuals who have filed their tax returns thus far have claimed at least one of President Trump's new tax cuts. Over 3.5 million returns have claimed no tax on tips. Over 15.5 million returns have claimed no tax on overtime. Over 9.2 million returns have claimed the enhanced deduction for seniors. And over 690,000 returns have claimed no tax on car loan interest. And another amazing statistic, nearly 3.5 million Trump accounts have been opened for children in our country thus far. So we look forward to, I know the Treasury Department continues to look forward to seeing these checks go out the door and into the pockets of hardworking Americans, and the President will be meeting with them himself tomorrow on the road in both Ohio and Kentucky, and we look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Caroline.
Is the David Lurton Massey Jr., Professor of Law at the University of Virginia Law School and the Director of the Immigration, Migration, and Human Rights Program from 2022. She has many academic awards and publications. And before she entered academia, Frost clerked for Judge Raymond Randolph at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, worked as a staff attorney and public citizen, and also worked as a legislative fellow for the Senate Judiciary Committee right here in this room, then chaired by Senator Ted Kennedy. She has a BA from Harvard and a JD from Harvard Law School. Welcome. And Alejandro Barranco. Now, did I pronounce your name right? I did, good. A Marine, two brothers who were Marines. And you are out of the Marines, honorable discharge after service, including in Afghanistan, as I understand it, and you were there at that chaotic end. And your dad raised you and your brothers, your mom, and the three brothers all became Marines, and you're back and you're working yourself as a landscaper, as I understand it. You work during the week and are starting to learn to get certified about this. And your dad was, and he was arrested when he was on his second landscaping job on a Saturday at an IHOP. And as I understand, he did those things. So we look forward to hearing about what the shock was to you when you got the news that your father had been arrested. And thank you so much for your service to the country, and also thank you so much for being here and sharing your story. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It's the tradition of this committee to swear in the witnesses who testify before it, so please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give to this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. We'll recognize Mr. Cooper first.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Schmidt, Ranking Member Welch, and distinguished members of the committee. The scope of the citizenship clause depends on the original meaning of the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof, as the chairman has mentioned. And because the term jurisdiction is ambiguous, one must look to the history of its use in the clause to help determine its original meaning. And further, because the central purpose of the citizenship clause was to constitutionalize the citizenship provision of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, the search must begin with the text and history of that act. The Civil Rights Act granted citizenship at birth to persons, quote, born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power, close quote. The act on its face thus excludes from birthright citizenship American-born children of temporary foreign visitors and illegal aliens, because the child's foreign parents, and thus the child, are by definition subject to a foreign power. Any possible doubt about this is removed by the Act's congressional history. The citizenship provision of the Act was introduced by Senator Lyman Trumbull, who explained that it would make citizens of everybody born in the United States who owe allegiance to the United States, and it would exclude from citizenship the children of, quote, persons temporarily resident in the United States whom we would have no right to make citizens, end quote. The Senate debate focused mainly on the citizenship of American Indians, and there was general agreement among the senators that Indians who belong to the Indian tribes should be excluded from birthright citizenship under the Act because they owed allegiance to the tribe, a quasi-foreign nation, they said. And the Indians, therefore, were not regarded as part of our people, as part of our population, end quote. Trumbull made clear that the Act's disqualification from the birthright citizenship applies not only to tribal Indians, but to everyone. As he explained, if a black man or a white man belonged to a foreign government, he would not be a citizen. Senator Reverdy Johnson likewise added, all black persons born in the United States who are not subject to any foreign power would become citizens by virtue of birth. What was not said in the debate is equally revealing. No one argued that foreign citizens temporarily visiting the United States are regarded as part of our people rather than part of the people of a foreign power. No one suggested that a child born to such foreigners while visiting here should be entitled to citizenship at birth. And no one even mentioned the English common law doctrine of jus soli. Just 2 months after passage of the Civil Rights Act, the 14th Amendment was taken up by the same 39th Congress, and Senator Jacob Howard moved to add the citizenship clause. The language he proposed differed from that of the Civil Rights Act. The phrase, not subject to any foreign power, was replaced by the phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. But the change in language was clearly not intended to abruptly change the meaning, and thereby to invalidate the Civil Rights Act's express disqualification of children of foreigners owing allegiance to a foreign power. As Senators Howard and Trumbull emphasized, the new language is simply declaratory of the law of the land already, the Civil Rights Act, and the object to be arrived at is the same. Instead, the language was changed to address concerns once again relating to the American Indians. As Trumbull stated emphatically, the new language means subject to the complete jurisdiction of the United States. What do we mean by subject to the jurisdiction of the United States? Trumbull asked. Not owing allegiance to anybody else. And it cannot be said of any Indian who owes allegiance to some tribal government that he is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. So the dissenting opinion in Wong Kim Ark was right. As that as the dissenting justices said, the Civil Rights Act was passed and the 14th Amendment proposed by the same Congress. And it is not open to reasonable doubt that the words subject to the jurisdiction thereof in the 14th Amendment were used as synonymous with the words and not subject to any foreign power of the Civil Rights Act. The bottom line, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, is this. American-born children of foreign visitors and illegal aliens are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and are therefore not entitled to birthright citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Frost.
Chairman Schmidt, Ranking Member Welch, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the meaning and significance of the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause. Some provisions of the U.S. Constitution are vague or ambiguous, but the Citizenship Clause is not one of them. The text, the legislative history, and the original public understanding all confirm that the Citizenship Clause applies to everyone born in the United States, with narrow exceptions, the only relevant one today being for the children of diplomats. And by the way, they did say this in the legislative history. We have Senator Conness saying that the Citizenship Clause applied to children of, quote, all parentage whatever, end quote. They also, we all agree, especially distinguished children of diplomats. There would have been no need to carve out that group if, in fact, anyone who is the child of a visiting immigrant would not be a citizen. Because of that, the Supreme Court precedent stretching back 127 years has also affirmed what everyone understood at the time. The Citizenship Clause applies to everyone with those narrow exceptions, again, the only relevant one being children of diplomats. In fact, in Wong Kim Ark, the Supreme Court held that, and it's repeatedly held that and restated that in a case in 1957, 1966, 1985. Again and again, it confirms what we already know. Every court to address President Trump's executive order, unsurprisingly, has rejected it, including judges appointed by nominated by Republican presidents, such as John Kuhnhauer, who was nominated by Reagan and who declared it to be blatantly unconstitutional. So I'm not going to spend any more time today discussing the legality of the executive order. It's clearly unconstitutional and illegal. I'm going to talk about the consequences of the executive order were to go into effect. First, it would immediately take away citizenship from 250,000 children born every year who would be born, some of them stateless, potentially deported from the country day one of their lives, with no access to the rights and privileges of citizenship. And by the way, a recent Pew Research poll asked Americans whether they wanted children of immigrants, temporary immigrants, or any immigrants lawfully present in the United States to be citizens. 94% said yes. I think there's hardly anything else the country agrees on as much as the fact that this executive order is unconstitutional. In addition, it would require every child born in the United States, that's 3.5 million children a year, they'd all be born presumptively non-citizens. They would all be born with their parents now required to prove the parents' citizenship and ancestry, perhaps going back for generations, in order for the child to be established as a citizen, putting those kinds of paperwork burdens on families at a vulnerable moment, on hospital officials, on state officials, and on our already overburdened immigration officials. So what's the problem? Why would we need this executive order that Americans in polls say they don't like and that has been struck down by every court as unconstitutional and illegal? Well, the problem that I'm guessing we're going to address today is this problem, which I'll put in quotes, of birth tourism. Well, a couple things about birth tourism. First is that according to Mr. Schweitzer's book, no one really knows how many people are birth tourists, so we don't have numbers. The citizenship, Mark Krikorian, who's been a witness here before, has estimated that it's less than 1% of the children born in the United States are birth tourist children. So it doesn't seem like this is a huge problem, but if it is, there is an easy fix, which is there's a law on the books, 21 CFR 41.31, which makes it illegal to enter the United States on a tourist visa for the purpose of giving birth and empowers immigration officials to deny a visibly pregnant woman entry into the United States if they believe she will give birth during her visit. So as this suggests, if we do have a problem with birth tourism, and I don't think there's any evidence that we do, but if we do, then the solution is to enforce the law on the books and not to deprive American families of the citizenship of their children born on U.S. soil or force them to prove their lineage or lose their citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Werman.
Chairman Schmidt, members of the committee, thank you. It is often believed that the common law of birthright citizenship was that mere birth on the sovereign soil was sufficient to confer such subjectship or citizenship. That is incorrect. Although that statement is an approximation of the rule that usually gets the correct result, the precise rule at common law was birth on the sovereign soil to parents under the sovereign's protection. That is how Sir Edward Coke described the rule in Calvin's case, the leading common law decision from 1608. Aliens from friendly countries with permission to be in the realm, and I'll get to that point, were under the sovereign's temporary protection and owed in exchange a temporary allegiance. They were, while in the realm, natural subjects of the king. That is why their children born in the realm were understood to be natural-born subjects. In contrast, the children born of invading soldiers were not birthright subjects, although born upon the king's soil, because they were not born under the ligiance or connection of a subject, nor under the protection of the king. That is, a natural-born subject is one who is born to another subject, a subject who is under the protection of the king. Invaders did not count, but aliens generally were subjects of the king if they were under his protection and gave him in exchange allegiance. William Blackstone, in his influential commentaries, described the rule respecting foreign ambassadors similarly. Their children were not natural-born subjects because they were born under the protection and within the allegiance of another sovereign represented by the father of the ambassador. To summarize the rule, he is Supreme Court Justice Joseph Story. Nothing is better settled at the common law than the doctrine that the children, even of aliens born in a country, while the parents are resident there under the protection of the government and owing a temporary allegiance thereto, are subjects by birth. The status of the parents did matter, and the relevant status was whether they were under the protection of the sovereign. What is more, in the relevant periods of English history, it appears that an alien could come under the sovereign's protection through one of two ways: through a grant of a royal safe conduct or through statutory permission to enter. Safe conducts were formal legal documents from the king granting permission to enter and specifically extending protection. The examples of these safe conducts using the language of protection are legion. For present purposes, here's William Blackstone's summary. During the continuance of any safe conduct, either express or implied, the foreigner is under the protection of the king and the law. Now, eventually, safe conducts were replaced by statutes. Magna Carta guaranteed friendly aliens safe and secure conduct to engage in trade unless they had been previously and publicly forbidden. A 1353 statute provided clearly and unequivocally merchant strangers may safely and surely, under our protection and safe conduct, come and dwell in our said realm. Even subjects of warring nations could be under the sovereign's protection so long as they had the permission to remain. In an American case arising out of the War of 1812, Chancellor Kent explained the rule as follows: a lawful residence implies protection and a capacity to sue and be sued. In summary, it appears from the historical record that unlawfully present aliens would not have been considered, or certainly may not have been considered, under the protection of the sovereign, and their children may not have been considered birthright subjects or citizens. Now, the case from the War of 1812 also illustrates another important proposition: the connection between protection and jurisdiction. As Kent wrote, not only does a lawful residence imply protection, but it also therefore implies a capacity to sue and be sued. An alien caught at the border may be subject to U.S. criminal jurisdiction, but does it follow that that alien must be allowed to sue and be sued in U.S. courts and to enter into contracts? In other words, such aliens may not have been subject to the complete jurisdiction in the sense of the amendment, as Mr. Cooper suggested. Now, the case of temporary visitors was more complicated at common law. The parents of lawfully present were under the temporary protection of the sovereign. That is why one judge in a famous case held that a child born of temporary sojourners was a citizen. But the rule was contested because of the increased international travel and resulting dual allegiances. Joseph Story suggested that an exception for temporary visitors would be a reasonable qualification to the rule. Henry St. George Tucker, in his treatise, stated that temporary visitors fell outside of the rule. An appellate decision in New York from 1860 strongly suggested similarly. Most significantly, perhaps, the military authorities in the Department of the Gulf had to decide whether, during the Civil War, they could conscript into the Union Army children born in Louisiana to French parents. A provost judge and the commanding general both concluded that such children, though born on U.S. soil, were only liable to the duties of American citizenship, such as conscription, if their parents had been domiciled at the time of their birth. The Louisiana example also suggests ways in which temporary visitors may not be subject to the complete jurisdiction of the United States. Would it be lawful, under the law of nations or international law, to conscript them or their children? The Union military authorities appear to have thought not. In this and other ways, temporary visitors may also not be fully subject to the jurisdiction of the United States in the sense of the amendment. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barranco.
Chairman, ranking member, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Alejandro Barranco. I am a United States citizen, I am a Marine, and I am an American because I was born here. I want to be clear at the start that my views today are my own. While my perspective is shaped by my service in the Marine Corps, I am only speaking for myself. I was raised to love this country. That was something my parents taught me from a very young age. I was taught to respect the flag and to be thankful for the opportunities this country gave me, and to give back whatever I could. I grew up proud to be an American. I still am. That upbringing is why I chose to join the Marines. I wanted to do something bigger than myself. I wanted to serve my country, set an example for my younger brothers, and make my parents proud. The Marine Corps gave me that opportunity, and I love serving my country alongside Marines from every background you can imagine. Different races, different religions, different family histories. What we shared was an allegiance to this country. We raised our right hands, wore the same uniform, and followed the same orders. We were judged by our actions and our commitment, not by where our parents were born. That is what patriotism looks like to me. I am able to stand here today because I am a citizen by birth, because I was born here, and I was able to go to school. I was able to graduate high school, the first in my family to do so. I was able to go to college. I was able to enlist in the Marine Corps and serve my country. Without my citizenship, none of that would have been possible. I would not have lived a normal American life. I would not have worn this nation's uniform. I would not be who I am today. I also want to speak briefly about my family because I do not believe citizenship is just a legal status on paper. I am a patriotic American with Mexican roots. Those two things are not in conflict. I want to explain why I believe my identity as a U.S. citizen is strengthened, not weakened by my family's Mexican heritage. My father is a hardworking man. He worked since the 1990s to support our family. He always told us to be good people and to give back to this country. He raised 3 sons who all chose to serve as Marines. He is proud of that. We are proud of him. Last year, my father was arrested and detained by ICE. During that arrest, he was violently beaten. He was treated in a way that no human being deserves. That experience has left lasting physical and emotional harm. He cannot work the way he used to. He does not feel safe leaving his home. Our family still lives with that trauma. I share this not to assign blame, but to explain what these policies look like in real life. They affect families who have built their lives here. They affect American citizens like me. When we talk about birthright citizenship, we are not talking about a loophole or a theory. We are talking about a clear constitutional guarantee that has been part of this country for more than a century. I believe that birthright citizenship reflects a core American principle that people had to fight over time. That belonging is defined by presence, contribution, and shared civic life, not ancestry or wealth. The 14th Amendment drew a clear line against systems that limit being American lineage, to lineage, ancestry, or wealth. For me, this is not about politics. It is about certainty. It is about knowing who belongs. It is about making sure that children born in this country are treated equally, no matter what state they were born in or what their parents' status may be. I cannot imagine a system where my citizenship would have depended on geography or timing, where I might have been a citizen in one state but not another. That kind of uncertainty would have changed my life forever. I stand here as proof of what birthright citizenship makes possible. I was born here, I grew up here, I served here, I love this country, and I have shown that through my actions. I ask this committee to remember that behind this debate are real people and real families. People like me who have pledged allegiance, not just with words, but with service and sacrifice. Thank you for listening to my story. I am proud to be an American, and I appreciate the chance to be here today.
Thanks for being here, and thank you for your service. Mr. Schweitzer.
Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the matter of profound national security and concerns about our sovereignty.
That is the exploitation of America's birthright citizenship policy through birth tourism and related practices, particularly those by nationals of the People's Republic of China. What is birth tourism? Birth tourism is essentially an industry that provides concierge service at every step of the way for a foreign national, in this case China, to pay the firm roughly $100,000. They will transport them to the United States, arrange medical care, arrange for citizenship for the child, and as soon as the child is old enough to travel, they will return back to China. The scope of this is industrial. In China alone, we have identified more than 1,000 birth tourism companies that are almost exclusively focused on the United States. Our federal government does not track this information because there is no centralized collection of information on the nationality of parents who are giving birth. China, however, has done estimates themselves, and the numbers are eye-popping. The Chinese government gave an estimate a few years ago. Their estimate was that on average 50,000 Chinese citizens a year were giving birth in the United States or at U.S. territories like Saipan. There are others like Professor Salvatore Barbonis from Australia who believes that number is higher. He's estimated 100,000. There was a research firm in China that estimated in 2018 alone 180,000 managed to give birth in the United States. No one knows what the actual number is, and that is the challenge that we face today. If you do the math, if you look at the ramping up of this activity over the last 13 years, and you take the ballpark estimates, you are looking at roughly 1 million, quote-unquote, U.S. citizens who are being raised in the People's Republic of China today. If you look at the websites of these birth tourism companies, they will tell you who is hiring them. These are not political dissidents. These are military officers, people from the Ministry of Propaganda, people that are high-ranking officials in the Chinese Communist Party. In other words, these are part of the CCP establishment. But in addition to this problem of birth tourism, we have the added challenge of surrogacy that is also being exploited by China on a massive scale. Here we have no numbers and we don't even have estimates. But the surrogacy works very simply in this fashion. A Chinese couple, or it could be simply a Chinese man, decides that they want to give birth. They hire a woman in the United States, pay her roughly $60,000, and she will carry the child. It will either be a child that comes from just the sperm of the father, or it could be both the sperm and the eggs. We have no numbers, as I said, but there are a couple of eye-popping examples that have already come to our attention that explain the scale of this activity. First, there was a CCP official in California in May of last year that was found by California Child Services. He had 26 children through surrogacy in the state of California. All of those children, of course, would become U.S. citizens. The Wall Street Journal, about 8 weeks ago, had a front-page story about a Chinese billionaire who's also close to the CCP, who has more than 100 children done through surrogacy in the United States. In the research that we did looking at surrogacy companies operating just in Southern California, which is where this is very active, we identified 107 Chinese-owned surrogacy companies operating just in that area. Now, China does not officially recognize dual citizenship, but they allow de facto dual citizenship to operate. And the fact of the matter is that these services, whether it's for surrogacy or whether it is for birthright tourism, they operate openly in China. They are not regulated, they are not shut down, and they advertise openly. Why? I can only speculate that they're doing this for their advantage and not for ours. The challenge that we face is how do we deal with this issue? I'm not a legal scholar, so I'm not going to have much to contribute on the legal debate. But the challenge is that the rules and regulations governing this are subject to manipulation. Yes, people with Customs and Border Control can deny entry to somebody who is pregnant and say they want to come to the United States on a tourism visa. The problem is that under certain administrations, the Obama administration, the Biden administration, they were told not to do that. That was the testimony before this Homeland Security Committee of the Senate back in 2016, that Customs and Border Patrol officials were told not to exclude people from coming to the United States in terms of birth tourism. This is a serious serious national security issue. We need to close loopholes, and we need to recognize the magnitude of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reicher, I'll begin with you as you've raised this, and I think this is, for a lot of people, new information, whether at this hearing or with your book that came out recently. So you discussed the growing use of birthright citizenship among Chinese elites. Do you believe the CCP itself, the apparatus, is encouraging this, and why would they be?
It's a great question. Again, we can only look at what their actions are. They have run articles in the People's Daily, which is the main news organ of the Communist Party, explaining that you have a constitutional right in the United States. A certain irony there that CCP officials are explaining constitutional rights to their own elite, but they in fact are. There are nationalist websites that talk about rent a womb. So there is discussion about this in the Chinese media. There's no condemnation of it. There doesn't seem to be any perceived threat that I was able to detect. So yes, I clearly do see that they encourage it. And the question as to why, we know that this was happening also in Hong Kong, but in 2013, the government of Hong Kong, the government at that time, shut off the practice because there were so many Chinese babies being born in Hong Kong, and the Chinese government there said that this was an effort at subversion by the CCP, and I think that's probably an accurate rendering of the motivation behind this.
I want to move over to, you didn't mention in your opening statement, but give you the opportunity to talk about what the Mexican government is doing and some of the nefarious activities there.
Yeah, Mexico is interesting because we have a certain view of immigration in this country that is different than theirs. If I can just read a couple of quotes, these are from senior Mexican officials. The first one is from a Mexican senator, a member of the Morena Party, the ruling party. He sits on the Senate's National Defense Committee, probably the most powerful committee in the Mexican government. He says, quote, "Mexicans are in our territory. California, Nevada, Texas, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, Kansas, Oklahoma, Colorado, and Wyoming. We're going to take back the territory that was stolen from us." Sounds crazy, and yet you can find dozens of quotes from senior officials that work for Sheinbaum, other senators. They view mass migration as a tool by which they can advance sovereignty in the United States. And a lot of people are surprised to learn that the Mexican government actually has elected senators and members of their chambers of deputy that serve in their government but actually live in the United States. And their job is to represent Mexican Americans living in the United States before the Mexican government. I would certainly see that as a challenge to our sovereignty.
I would say so. Mr. Cooper, I want to turn to you. In your brief, you explained that the text of the 14th Amendment suggests more than mere birth is needed for birthright citizenship, and the text says those born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. This is the crux of the case, right? This is what the whole case is going to come down to. Could you just explain again, I know that we've got some members that have come in since you gave your opening statement, what that actually means? What was the public understanding of those actual words at the time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is where the rubber meets the road in the case, absolutely. What does subject to the jurisdiction of the United States mean, and therefore what does jurisdiction mean? And the one thing I think we can say it doesn't mean is simply the laws of the United States. And that's essentially the argument that most of the advocates of universal birthright citizenship advance. If it were that easy, why didn't they just say subject to the laws thereof? They didn't. They used the word jurisdiction, and that's an ambiguous term. But they clearly had an understanding of that term that was related, as I mentioned earlier, and as you did as well, Mr. Chairman, to the complete jurisdiction of the United States, not the kind of temporary and local jurisdiction that a visiting foreigner, and allegiance that a visiting foreigner owes to the United States, because that visiting foreigner has to obey our laws, but rather the complete jurisdiction, the kind of jurisdiction that when the person is away in a foreign country, this country cares about and extends its protection to, complete jurisdiction. And, Mr. Chairman, the clearest understanding of what jurisdiction meant was not subject to a foreign power, because the ink on the Civil Rights Act was not even dry when they adopted the 14th Amendment, and clearly the supporters of the Citizenship Clause understood and intended that to mean the same thing. The final point I would make is that the Civil Rights Act was passed in 1866, saying not subject to a foreign power. The 14th Amendment adopted and ratified in 1868. In 1870, the Congress came back around and reenacted the Civil Rights Act of 1866 with the same language, not subject to a foreign power. It's just not credible at all, not remotely credible at all, that Congress didn't understand and mean that being subject to a foreign power, as is a transient foreign visitor, and certainly as is a legal alien, would be entitled to birthright citizenship and to extend that citizenship to a child.
Thank you. Senator Welch.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cooper, if the President's executive order were enforced, would that mean that Mr. Branco and his two brothers, 3 Marines, would not be citizens?
No, it wouldn't.
Why?
Because the executive order is on its face prospective only.
Professor Frost?
Well, a couple of things about that. First is the executive order purports to interpret what the Citizenship Clause has always meant. It purports to say it has always meant this. It says it's restoring the original understanding of the Citizenship Clause. That clause has been on the books since 1868. So all of us would then be subject to scrutiny of our ancestry. And for those who had a parent who was temporarily present, or grandparent or great-grandparent, or who'd violated immigration law, maybe 3 generations in the past, everyone's citizenship would be suspect. And the administration recognizes that. They note that in their brief, and they ask the Supreme Court to apply the law prospectively only, but they recognize they're arguing for an interpretation that would unwind the citizenship of the nation.
That sounds like it would create an immense amount of uncertainty for people who are here, like Alejandro and his brothers who served in the Marines, as to legally what their status was, as opposed to they'd have to argue about it.
Yes, it would create uncertainty for all of these families, and not just people whose parents are immigrants. According to the Trump administration, and this is the memos that they've issued to implement their executive order, if it's to go into effect, everyone has to provide evidence of their citizenship or immigration status at the time of their child's birth, or their child is presumed not to be a citizen of the United States.
How would Alejandro deal with that if this were a few years ago?
It would be a nightmare for him and his family.
Mr. Schweitzer raised some alarming arguments about birth tourism and the surrogacy. Are those issues that could be addressed through legal means?
Yeah, so surrogacy should be regulated.
Right.
If it's not being regulated, and the California case you mentioned was a case of child abuse. By the way, I'll also add nothing in the executive order would have affected the children born to what was a green card holder in California through surrogacy. The executive order doesn't deal with that. That's a surrogacy problem, and it should be regulated through that.
All right, Mr. Branco, I want to come back to you because there's a part of me that thinks we're just missing the boat here when we're talking about citizenship as a legal status, because there's a lot of people who have unquestioned legal citizenship who have served our country way less than you. You do have legal citizenship, but your father would be affected by this. My view is that citizenship has to also include an affirmative commitment on the part of those of us who are citizens to live up to the aspirations of our Declaration of Independence. What did your dad say to you when you were telling him you were going to go to the Marines?
He always showed support, and he just told me he was proud of me and to go out there and do my best and do my thing as being an American.
And when you say do your thing as being an American, what does doing your thing mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, that's what it means to be an American, to serve your country, to love your flag, love and respect it, and just do whatever it takes to protect that.
Well, I thank you very much. Professor Frost, I want you to just go through some of the other consequences that would affect people's situation if this executive order were enforced.
Yes, so first I just want to point out, because I think it's not clear to everyone when they discuss this issue, that the executive order denies citizenship not just to the children of undocumented immigrants or tourists, but also to the children of people that have been legally present in the United States for years, who are applying for green cards, who maybe receive a green card the day after the child is born. Doesn't matter. Under the executive order, that child is born a non-citizen, potentially stateless, denied all the benefits and privileges of citizenship, and theoretically deportable on day one of their life. And then every single American family having a child will now have to prove their status before that child is considered a citizen by the U.S. government. And that doesn't matter if they go back to the Mayflower. That's what everyone will have to prove going forward.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Lee.
Thank you. Mr. Schweitzer, let's go to you first. I want to talk about surrogacy arrangements. How could commercial surrogacy arrangements involving foreign clients, particularly if facilitated by foreign government political elites, end up creating a long-term national security risk for the United States?
Well, you have the reality that if you're granted citizenship and your father is, say, a high-ranking CCP official, you will certainly have the opportunity to vote in elections, apply for government jobs. I think it creates an ambiguity, right, problem of where is the commitment. So that's the security issue. And when you're talking about the scale of numbers, whether it's the Wall Street Journal case or the case in Southern California, you're talking about large-scale numbers. That's the concern.
Right. Burrowing into the United States through people who would become citizens. All right, let's shift gears for a minute. Mr. Cooper, in Wong Kim Ark, frequently cited, of course, by proponents of automatic birthright citizenship, the Supreme Court seemed to suggest that domicile was sufficient to render a person subject to the jurisdiction thereof, meaning of the United States. But wasn't the domicile at issue there, the specific type of domicile at issue there, a type of lawful permanent residence, as we might put it in our parlance today, wasn't that a little different than what we're dealing with here? And wasn't that sort of uniquely probative of allegiance and consent of the sovereign? And if so, doesn't that make it inappropriate for use here?
Absolutely, Senator Lee. Wong Kim Ark's holding was clearly that a lawful permanent resident, the Chinese individuals, immigrants in that case, were entitled, their child was entitled to birthright citizenship because they were domiciled. The word domiciled appeared about 20 times in the opinion, and the question presented, which the court articulated twice verbatim, assumed in the question that the individuals, the parents, were domiciled lawfully, and that is with the consent of the sovereign.
So they weren't looking at it for purposes of determining domicile for purposes of federal diversity jurisdiction or something like that. They're using a different meaning than what might otherwise be attached with that term.
The traditional meaning in the law of nations, Senator, that is to say, the place where that is your home, the place that where if you leave, you intend to come back. You never plan to leave. Right. That's your domicile.
So in that respect, isn't it true that illegal aliens fall outside the holding of Wong Kim Ark, such that that case avails them of nothing if they're talking about a different term?
They plainly fall outside of Wong Kim Ark. Illegal aliens are by definition not lawful permanent residents who are domiciled in this country.
Right.
They are here in defiance of the sovereign's law, not with the consent of the sovereign.
Now, Professor Frost, would you agree with that fact? Would you agree that the individual in Wong Kim Ark was, as we would put it today, a lawful permanent resident? And if
No, the individual in Wong Kim Ark was born in the United States and he's a U.S. citizen.
Okay, but would you suggest that the holding of Wong Kim Ark is relegated to the facts of the case?
No, the holding of a case is the rationale that supports the judgment. And in Wong Kim Ark, the Supreme Court, the majority, said it applied to people who were here for business or pleasure. Chief Justice Fuller, who dissented, described the majority's opinion, he didn't like it, as giving citizenship to, quote, children of foreigners happening to be born to them while passing through the country, end quote. So everyone understood the rationale of this decision applied to everyone born in the United States.
Mr. Cooper, what's your response to Professor Frost?
That was the dicta of the decision, to be sure. Professor Frost is right about that. And Chief Justice Fuller and Harlan, the sainted Justice Harlan, objected to the dicta in the case, not to the holding of the case.
So John Marshall Harlan I was pointing out, among other things, that this dicta went further. That the dicta was a problem.
Went further and said that if this adoption of the common law jus soli theory of subjectship was actually adopted in this country, it was adopted by that majority, not by those who authored and ratified the 14th Amendment.
Right, and of course the precedent has to be limited to the holding, otherwise it is dicta. And the holding in this case dealt with an individual who satisfied this definition of what we would think of as a lawful permanent resident, did it not?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Durbin.
So, Mr. Schweitzer, I'm struggling to figure out numbers, because several times you've gotten close to give us a number of this threat of Chinese birth tourism companies and such, and you've drawn short of saying any specific number. Yet in your written testimony, this practice, you say this practice has flourished over the past 15 years, meaning at least 750,000 and possibly 1.5 million Chinese nationals now hold U.S. citizenship by birth on American soil. Now, Professor Frost tells us there's a violation of federal law here if you're using this practice in coming into the United States. And your rejoinder to her is Democrats don't pay any attention to those laws.
Well,
so that's what you said, sir.
Yeah.
Obama, Biden, they don't pay attention to those laws, suggesting that Republicans do. So give me a number. How many prosecutions under President Trump, either in his first term or this term, have there been for violations of this practice, birth tourism?
That's an excellent question, Senator. A couple of things have happened. One, there has been prosecution of some birth tourism companies.
How many?
I'm not sure of the number, sir.
Not sure of many numbers before us. You've got some big claims, but when it comes to numbers, you ought to be able to tell us how many have been prosecuted.
The initial number of the estimate of Chinese birth tourism comes from Chinese sources, what they believe it is on their side.
I'm asking you what the Republican administration of Donald Trump in his first term or this term have prosecuted under this existing law that you say is creating 1.5 million Chinese Americans, American Chinese, however. How many?
Well, there's a couple of things. Number one, during the Trump administration, they have now instructed Customs and Border Patrol, if somebody does appear to be pregnant, to set them aside for further questioning.
They have now done it. Suggests they did nothing before. You want to add them to the category of presidents who didn't pay attention to the law?
They did it during the first term, and they also...
How many?
I'm not sure, sir.
Well, I wish you would be sure. You're making some pretty wild claims here about 1 million Chinese who are going to vote absentee in the next election or do something that may be suspicious. You ought to come back to us with some data that backs that up. Professor Frost, is this law being enforced?
So I FOIA'd the Trump administration to try to get information about whether they were enforcing this law, and it's been over a year. I've appealed. I've gotten no response. Mr. Schweitzer, I would love help getting information. This administration has not shared whether it's enforcing this regulation.
Isn't that interesting? The premise of this hearing is the Chinese are invading America through surrogates and birth tourism, and it's something we should all be concerned with, and yet they won't tell us what this administration is doing to stop it with the existing law. Something's missing here.
Agreed.
Let me ask you, when it comes down to the situation where families, if this executive order is found to be valid by the court, How would a family go about establishing that they were properly in the United States and citizens under the new executive order?
So we have a couple of pages of memos from the Social Security Administration, the Department of State, USCIS that they issued this summer if the executive order goes into effect. They're vague. They're just a couple of pages each. They say every family must provide, quote, acceptable evidence, unquote, of their own citizenship or immigration status at the time of the child's birth. And if they can't do that, the child isn't a citizen.
How do they prove it? I mean, what kind of documentation? Clearly, it's not the birth certificate.
Yeah.
What is the documentation to prove?
Yes, you'd have to go. You potentially would need to go back generations, because if your great-grandparent came in without permission or was temporarily visiting when the child was born, your grandparent was born, then that would put into question your citizenship according to the Trump administration's reading of the Citizenship Clause, which, of course, I think is wrong.
This is part of the Steve Miller plan to save America in his eyes. And I think of the SAVE Act in the same category, that we have to prove now before we can vote that we're citizens. And there are only two ways to prove it, basically. A passport, which half of Americans don't own, or a birth certificate, which many women will find their maiden name on, that doesn't square with both of the name they're using for registration today. Why is this administration, this is a rhetorical question, I'm trying to wonder why this administration is so damn determined to question whether people are here legally. We want people to be here legally, or whether or not they're trying to diminish the rights of other Americans before an election, which they're very worried about. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Durbin. Since you asked the question, maybe you and I can work together. Actually, Senator, maybe you and I can work together on making sure the current law is being enforced. Okay. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you so much. And I agree with you. These laws do need to be enforced. We need to know that people are indeed a citizen in order to protect one person, one vote. I am so pleased that Mr. Durbin brought up birth tourism. And Mr. Schweizer, I want to come to you. You know that I have introduced the Ban Birth Tourism Act, and that would indeed amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to clarify that birth tourism is not permissible. And to help Professor Frost, this would apply to people that are here illegally or people that are coming on a temporary tourist visa, so that there's clarification on that point. But what we do know is this, and these are not Marcia's numbers. These are numbers that are coming to us on reviews by different agencies. We've got about 33,000 individuals that are exploiting our immigration and trying to circumvent the system when it comes to birthright citizenship. And we also know this isn't something that is accidental. This is something that really is quite intentional. And we are seeing the advertising of this in Russia and in China. People that are our adversaries that want to get in, want to have a child that is a citizen, want to have that Social Security number. They are here for a period of time. They go back. These companies ought to be illegal. As a veteran told me last week, our citizenship has never been and should not ever be addressed in this manner with people trying to game the system. So I want to give you a moment to talk about the importance of being explicit in our rule of law about not having birth tourism.
Senator, I think your legislation is a fantastic idea, and I think the reality is that the birth tourism industry essentially rests on the need to engage in visa fraud. These companies all instruct Chinese women who want to do this in the United States that when you come to the United States, lie on your visa. Do not say you're coming for a medical procedure.
And I think that's important to note right there. They are instructed how to game the system and how to lie as they fill out the form. And it is the Chinese Communist Party providing this instruction.
Yes, that's right. And it's members of the elite who are primarily doing this. And then you also have the reality that when they come to the United States, many of them are instructed by the birth tourism firms to tell the local hospitals, California, wherever they're going to have it done, that they're destitute, even though they're members of the Chinese elite. So many of them, this is well documented, pay $6,000 for a procedure that really, in fact, costs the hospital $40,000. So there's also a financial cost to this as well. So this is an industry that's predicated on gaming the system and lying about legal status.
Well, I agree with you on that. Mr. Cooper, let me come to you. I'm pleased that you are here with us, and I know that you led an amicus brief for Senator Schmidt and Congressman Roy. And we've had others, Senator Cruz and Congressman Jordan, have done some talking about the citizenship clause in the 14th Amendment. So talk about the rationale and the legal foundation used to arrive at the conclusions we see about the importance of upholding the original intent of the citizenship clause.
Yes, Senator Blackburn, thank you. As I've outlined, the original meaning of the Section 1 of the 14th Amendment can be linked directly with the meaning of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, and the proposition there that only the children of individuals who are not subject to a foreign power are entitled to birthright citizenship. It was clearly, as the leading authors and supporters of the Citizenship Clause made clear in the debates, that they did not intend to change that meaning. In fact, they intended to preserve that meaning, but even though they used different words, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And the interpretation of the ambiguous term jurisdiction comes clear in that debate. Really, it's not a close question. It means complete jurisdiction, not a temporary or local jurisdiction like a visiting foreigner might owe to the United States, but the complete and total jurisdiction, meaning, as the Supreme Court in the Elk against Wilkin case said, which is the most directly relevant precedent on this, that the individual must owe an immediate and direct allegiance to the United States. That is not something that illegal aliens qualify, nor visiting sojourners, as they were called, from foreign countries.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to make clear, we'll, if people want to open it up for a second round, I know that at least one senator has offered, and obviously for both sides. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by quoting the Constitution. The 14th Amendment to the United States in the Constitution is pretty straightforward. Citizenship is granted to, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States, end quote. All persons born in the United States. Doesn't matter if your ancestry goes back to the Mayflower or if you're first gen like myself or somewhere in between. If you were born on American soil, you're an American citizen. Full stop. End of story. But I know there's a question before the Supreme Court, and I'll get to a question about that in a minute. I want to begin by thanking my constituent, Mr. Barranco, once again for your service, for your bravery, not just in service. You're a veteran now, but I know the last many months have been trying for you and for your family, but you have not been deterred. You've continued to be vocal and strong. And this is not your first time testifying in the U.S. Capitol. So I thank you for that as well. And I congratulate you and your family on the dismissal of your father's deportation case. The ability to pursue a green card is the least that we can be doing for you and your family, given what you have been through. And I won't ask you to repeat, you've been so eloquent in previous hearings and your opening statement here today about what this has meant, not just for your father, but for you and your brothers as well. My question is actually for my colleagues here in the Senate, both sides of the aisle. Think about the message that this is sending. When Mr. Barranco and his brothers chose to enlist and went to enlist, the United States government, the United States Marine Corps, was more than willing to say, yes, thank you, welcome, we can use you, we will train you, we will educate you, we will deploy you at risk. Mr. Barranco's been honorably discharged. He's a veteran. But when it comes to how this administration is treating the father of 3 Marines, it is the opposite question. Despite years of living in the United States, despite working, despite paying taxes, despite raising a family, despite encouraging and inspiring not 1, not 2, but 3 service members willing to pay the ultimate sacrifice for the United States of America, this administration thinks Mr. Barranco needs to go. Think about the message that this administration is sending. Question for Professor Frost. President Trump is trying to change the way we fundamentally understand citizenship. My question is yes or no. Is the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause clear about birthright citizenship? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. So in my minute and a half left, a few more seconds if you'd like, let me transport you. Let's suggest that you are appearing before the United States Supreme Court. What would your message be to the justices?
Well, I would tell the justices that the Reconstruction Congress in 1866 and the nation in 1868 added this provision to overturn Dred Scott, and the stain of that decision as it had sullied our Constitution. And during those debates, they made clear that the Citizenship Clause applied to everyone born on U.S. soil. The only exceptions discussed were the narrow common law exceptions for children of ambassadors and Native Americans, which they added in light of the unique American tradition of Native sovereignty. And then I would point out to the Supreme Court, in addition to that language, in addition to what that Reconstruction Congress told us and what the nation understood at the time, that its own precedent from 1898 established clearly that Wong Kim Ark, born in the United States, and everyone else born in the United States, whether here, quote, for business or pleasure, end quote, whether just passing through, and that's also a quote, is a citizen of the United States. And then this very court, if I'm making this argument before the justices, I'd point out they repeated that in decisions in the 1950s, in the 1960s, and the 1980s. And that's why every lower federal court to address this issue has rejected the Trump administration's executive order as unconstitutional, including a number of judges who were nominated by Republican presidents.
Thank you very much.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague to my left read the provision of the 14th Amendment that says very clearly all persons born in the U.S. So that is very clear, all persons born in the U.S. But then there's the second part, and subject to the jurisdiction, et cetera. So I did want to get clarification from you, Professor Frost. All of a sudden, the opponents of the plain language of the 14th Amendment suddenly wants to read into the 14th Amendment complete, subject to the complete jurisdiction. Is that a necessary reading of the 14th Amendment?
Those who are looking to rewrite the 14th Amendment often have to literally do that. They have to add the word allegiance, which is not in there. They have to add the word domicile, that is not in there. They have to add the word complete before jurisdiction, which is not in there. The term jurisdiction was clear in 1865. Merriam-Webster's dictionary said it means under the authority of the government. That's a quote from that dictionary. And when they discussed the exceptions, such as for Native Americans, they made the point that Native American tribes were not, quote, subject to U.S. law. So that was why they accepted them. That, of course, is not logic that would apply to any other non-citizen or their child.
So I don't think that, frankly, I don't think the court should be asked to read in language that doesn't even exist. I would say the plain meaning of subject to jurisdiction. I mean, but apparently nothing is plain to people who are trying to make another kind of argument. The people who are born in this country, born on our soil, and I think, Ms. Frost, you mentioned there are 255,000 children born on American soil, and I would say that most of them are probably not here because of tourism or birthright tourism or whatever you call it. But in fact, I think I heard your testimony that there's little evidence as to how many people come in through the kinds of fraud that we were told. But to the extent that there is fraud, you are saying that there is already a law against this type of so-called gaming of the system.
Yes, there's a regulation on the books, 21 CFR 41.31, that should be enforced, and that would solve the problem of birth tourism, and we wouldn't have to question the citizenship of every other child born in the United States.
So I would say that one should not toss out a constitutional amendment, not to mention the codification of this amendment, based on a circumstance that can be addressed in some other ways without having to throw out basically the constitutional amendment and the codification. And I believe your testimony was that the president cannot seek to change the law through executive order.
Yes, and I would say President Trump recognizes that. He doesn't claim to be rewriting the citizenship clause. He claims to be restoring it. That's the word he used. And adopting an interpretation that at no point in history has ever been adopted by any executive branch official. So it's a novel interpretation, but he claims that he's restoring the meaning.
To some of us, that is not a restoring, that is undoing the meaning of the 14th Amendment as it has been interpreted for 100 years or so. So once again, this is a regime that has antithetical to immigrants, and they would try to get rid of immigrants in any way possible, including immigrants who became citizens by virtue of being born. But they weren't immigrants, they weren't even born. They became U.S. citizens by virtue of being born in our country. The impact of this kind of interpretation could affect millions of, if there is retroactive application, which there's nothing in the executive order or anything that the Supreme Court may deem that would say that that this cannot be, this kind of reinterpretation cannot be applied retroactively. So there would be millions of U.S. citizens who could be denied citizenship as a result. Isn't that right?
That's correct. And in fact, the Trump administration, the executive order itself just says this is the interpretation. It's absolutely retroactive. And then it recognizes that in its brief as well.
If you are denied citizenship and if the regime gets its way with the SAVE Act, which would require proof of citizenship in order to vote, does that mean that millions of people in our country who are citizens by virtue of being born in this country would be denied the right to vote?
Yes, they'd be denied all the rights of citizenship, including the right to vote or serve in public office or serve on a jury.
So this kind of interpretation of the 14th Amendment and the codification thereof would lead to utter chaos, in my view. And if there is already another way to deal with the fraud that we are told is going on, then I think that is there is an appropriate way to deal with the fraud without totally undoing the constitutional protections that people rely on, millions rely on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I would point out that the statement that no executive branch individual or officers taking that position is false. The entirety of the 19th century was littered with examples. The Attorney General George Williams, who voted for the Civil Rights Act and the 14th Amendment, did. And during the presidency of Chester Arthur, Secretary of State Frederick Frelinghuysen also denied birthright citizenship to a child born in the United States because of his German parents were here temporarily. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing on an important topic. From 1861 to 1865, nearly 400,000 Union soldiers fought and fell to prove whether the principles of the Declaration would remain mere words on a parchment or become the moral foundation of this republic. The Declaration proclaims a simple but yet revolutionary truth: that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But for nearly a century, America struggled to live up to that promise. Mr. Werman, let me begin with one of the darkest chapters in our constitutional history. You're, of course, familiar with the Supreme Court decision in Dred Scott versus Sanford.
Yes, sir.
That decision held that African Americans, whether slave or free, could not be citizens of the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct.
By denying citizenship, the court also denied African Americans equal political rights, equal access to the courts, and equal protection of the laws.
Correct. They were denied all privileges and immunities that the Constitution affords to citizens.
Would you agree that the Dred Scott decision pushed the nation even closer to civil war?
It did, by invalidating the Missouri Compromise, among other reasons.
It is hard to imagine a decision more corrosive to the principles of the Declaration. Many historians posit the decision in Dred Scott helped cause the Civil War. And when that bloody war, the bloodiest war in America's history, ended in 1865, the legal status of the newly freed slaves was far from settled. Mr. Werman, after the Civil War, was it clear as a matter of law that the freed slaves would necessarily enjoy the full rights of citizenship?
It was not if Dred Scott was still good law.
Congress understood the danger of that uncertainty, and if the Constitution remained silent, the rights of the newly emancipated slaves could be challenged, undermined, or even potentially stripped away by future courts. That would mean that the blood shed in the Civil War was shed in vain. So Congress acted. In 1866, it passed the Civil Rights Act, declaring that the newly emancipated slaves were citizens of the United States. Mr. Werman, even after Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, were there serious doubts about whether Congress had the constitutional authority to enact it?
Yes, there were.
And so Congress chose a more permanent solution. The solution was to write citizenship itself into the Constitution so that never again could a court repeat the mistake and the gross injustice of Dred Scott. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. That sentence settled the question of citizenship after the bloodiest war in American history. Mr. Cooper, would you agree that the Citizenship Clause sets forth two requirements for citizenship? First, that a person must be born or naturalized in the United States, and second, that the person must be, quote, subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
That's clear from the face of the amendment.
And is it fair to say that the current debate over the birthright citizenship centers on the meaning of the second phrase?
That's right. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
When the amendment was adopted in 1868, was the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof understood to require allegiance in a reciprocal sense?
It certainly was understood to require that by those who authored the phrase and those who supported it in the United States Congress.
So it was understood that way by legislators, by judges, by scholars, by executive branch officials, by those who proposed the amendment, and by those who ratified it.
And subsequently by the Supreme Court in the Elk case.
Mr. Cooper, was this also the understanding of the authors of the 14th Amendment, men like Lyman Trumbull, Jacob Howard, and John Bingham?
Yes.
And as you noted again, there's the same understanding reflected across the board in the early decision of the courts, such as the slaughterhouse cases, Elk versus Wilkins and Wom King Ark. In also the leading commentators of the period, like Alexander Morse, Francis Wharton, and George Collins, and the view of executive officials responsible for enforcing the law, including the Attorney General of the United States in 1873 and the Solicitor of the Treasury in 1889.
The consistency was remarkable, yes.
So would it be accurate to say that the view espoused by my Democrat colleagues that the 14th Amendment confers citizenship on anyone born on this land, whether here lawfully or unlawfully, temporarily or permanently, regardless of whether they owe allegiance to the United States, is a relatively recent view and directly contrary to the almost universal view at the time the amendment was ratified.
It's not at all clear to me when that view took root. The United States, in its brief to the Supreme Court, suggests during the administration of FDR, but it is certainly inconsistent with most everything that preceded it, everything except, I would say, the dicta in Wong Kim Ark, the incorrect dicta.
Thank you, and I do have to note to the committee that Mr. Cooper was my very first boss in private practice, and I came to work for him as a baby lawyer, and he quite literally taught me how to practice law. So let me apologize to the committee for all of my sins. Please do not hold Mr. Cooper responsible for my many errors in the decades since.
I thought you were trying to get a grade upgrade from the exam you took and only got a B+ just now.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to turn briefly to a second round. Chairman Schmidt has asked that I run that, and I'm next at bat for that. Professor Frost, I want to get back to the point about the individual in Wong Kim Ark. I know he was born in the United States, but what about his parents? Weren't his parents living here in a status that we would characterize as lawful permanent residents?
So before I answer that, I'll just say Senator Schmidt said that my statement was false regarding what executive branch officials had described the citizenship clause as requiring before President Trump's executive order. I'll just say the quotes you read are not inconsistent with what I said. No executive branch official has ever taken the position that people who are domiciled in the United States, as undocumented immigrants are, that their children are not citizens, and that's not inconsistent with the quotes you read. So just to clear that up. Now, your question, his parents, Wong Kim Ark's parents, had actually left the country at the time that the case was decided. In fact, they left when he was about 11 years old. He had to keep working in the United States, but they left.
But prior to their departure, had they acquired lawful permanent resident status, as we would?
There wasn't that status then, but they were certainly lawfully present in the United States. And I think they always probably intended to return home, since most Chinese immigrants did. But they were lawfully present at the time he was born.
Okay. Mr. Cooper, first, you want to respond any to that? He looked pensive.
Yes, thank you, Senator Lee. Only the proposition that unlawful illegal immigrants, those who are here illegally, were properly domiciled. Those are irreconcilable concepts.
That if they were both here illegally and properly domiciled.
That's right. You cannot have a domicile unless the sovereign consents to your presence. That was clear under the law of nations, and I believe it's equally clear under the law of this country.
Right. And how does that relate to the jus soli point that you were making earlier? You described in your written testimony that it didn't survive the French Revolution, for example. Tie that in.
Yes. Well, the common law of England, jus soli, was a feudal concept, medieval feudal concept that didn't survive the Declaration of Independence.
That's right. It survived neither the American nor the French Revolution.
Well, certainly, the main thing is it didn't survive our revolution, and it didn't survive the proposition that these united colonies are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown. I'm sure everybody recognizes that directly from the Declaration of Independence. The notion that perpetual, indissoluble subjectship, which was jus soli, survived the Declaration, survived our revolution, is simply not correct. The key element of jus soli was the indissolubility of subjectship, unless the king agreed. This country, from the beginning, adopted the fundamental right of expatriation. This country was founded on the proposition that the only just government is one of by consent of the governed, not by the edict of a king.
So to conclude otherwise, one would have to conclude that with the ratification of the 14th Amendment, jus soli was resurrected. It was resuscitated by that. And your response to that is nothing in the text supports that. Nothing in the ratification debates would support that.
Doesn't support it, and the debates within this body under both the 1866 Civil Rights Act, which is inextricably intertwined with the debates and the language of the Section 1 of the of the 14th Amendment, absolutely refute jus soli.
Right. And that probably would have been one of the things that might have animated John Marshall Harlan I in noting the concerns that he had with the dicta in that case. Is that fair to say?
That's not just fair to say. He said that.
He said that very thing.
In the dissenting opinion there.
Okay. Mr. Schweitzer, let's get back to you for a minute. Tell me what oversight gaps currently exist in the United States in the surrogacy industry. Particularly, I want to know about states with particularly permissive laws. And how might those gaps in those laws in those states lead to large international networks operating with minimal scrutiny?
Primarily surrogacy is regulated at the state level, so it varies from state to state. Some states are quite permissive, essentially unregulated. California would be an example of that. I believe Arkansas would be another. Some states have specific rules governing, how the arrangement is done, what it includes, et cetera. One of the shocking details that uncovered from the accounts of some of the women who had served as surrogate mothers is that they give birth to the child, and oftentimes it's not even the parents with whom they had the contract with who pick up the baby. It's a third party, and there's obviously a lot of anguish about that. So
there's no direct contractual privity between the birth mother and the parents who will be raising that person. There's
Correct.
Another intermediary designed, what, as a straw purchaser or something?
Well, it's usually the company itself, the surrogacy company itself, which acts as the middle person and the broker. But some of the birth mothers express concern because they never actually meet the parents. They might have a video conference call with somebody, but then they were under the impression that the child would be picked up by the parents, but the parents don't. A third party simply comes and collects the child and, I guess, ostensibly returns it to China.
Now, I would imagine that in many states that sort of arrangement would not be possible.
Correct.
It would be prohibited by state law.
Correct.
So which are the states that are most amenable to this type of arrangement?
I would have to do more research on that to answer with authority.
Understood. To what extent are foreign governments themselves, or I would say, if the foreign government itself isn't officially involved and acting through somebody who is inextricably intertwined with the foreign government, using the U.S. birthright citizenship understanding, doctrine, practice, whatever you want to call it, to promote these arrangements that might benefit their own government or high-profile individuals within it?
Yeah, I mean, you see that on a couple levels. First of all, the CCP, as I mentioned earlier, has expressed that Chinese nationals, particularly members of the Chinese Communist Party, have the right to this. They describe their interpretation of the 14th Amendment, which is kind of ironic. So you have the sort of open expression that this is your right. And then just simply who is employing these birth tourism companies. They list their clientele. And as I was saying earlier, these are military officers. There's one gentleman, a senior military officer, who's had 3 children born in the United States through this practice. So these are members of the elite, part of the CCP elite. In fact, I believe it was 2 foreign ministers ago, the Chinese foreign minister had a child born in the United States through birthright citizenship.
Do you have a high-end estimate of how many people born in the United States over the last, 15, 20 years?
So the only estimates we have are Chinese estimates, and they vary. The Chinese government has said they believe it may be 50,000 a year. That includes Saipan, U.S. territories and the United States. Professor Salvador Barbones from Australia, who studied this, he believes it might be closer to 100,000 a year. And then there have been private research firms in China, one that said in 2018 they believe that there might have been 185,000. I don't know how to verify those, but these are authoritative sources. And the bottom line is it is an industry with more than 1,000 companies that are active. So it clearly is a vigorous one. This really began in mass around 2013, 2014. That's when it really took off. So if you do the math, you're potentially looking at anywhere from between 750,000 to 1.5 million U.S. citizens that are being raised in China, because these children are born here. As soon as they are capable of flying, they are flown back to China, and that is where they will be raised.
Okay, well, one could argue that when looking at this arrangement on the scale that you're describing, perhaps with as many as 50,000 annually, that, and to whatever extent you see foreign governments themselves involved in the process, this might go far beyond the traditional sought-for benefits associated with U.S. citizenship that might flow to an individual or to a family. This could be more like a sovereign government wanting to have influence over the United States of America. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. And in fact, you could look at the situation in Hong Kong. Hong Kong used to have this birthright arrangement for Chinese nationals. The numbers got so large in 2013, the then Hong Kong government, complete CCP takeover, banned the practice. And the reason cited was they believed it was a subversive act on the part of the Chinese government. It was intentional. Obviously, Hong Kong much smaller than the United States, but you could certainly, I think, look to the intentionality and come to the same conclusion. And the fact that it's not regulated, it's not restricted, you can openly advertise it, members of the Chinese elite themselves are the ones predominantly doing it, I think the evidence is pretty clear.
Okay, thank you. I know over time, I want to hit one more topic. I want to hear from Professor Werman just about any common law add-on that you'd like to add to our previous discussion. I know you've done a lot of research on common law antecedents to our current law. Just tell me what we ought to know there in a minute or so.
Sure. So at common law, there's a question as to whether unlawfully present aliens would have been under the protection of the sovereign, because as I've tried to show in my work through safe conducts and statutory permissions, being under the protection of the sovereign for purposes of the common law rule required the sovereign's consent. But there's also, for purposes of the birthright rule, but there's also a connection to jurisdiction, which is if you were not under the protection of the sovereign, you weren't under the protection of the United States government, you were not entitled to access to the sovereign's courts. And in this sense, they could be subject to law, they could be subject to criminal prosecutions, but they aren't subject to the complete jurisdiction of the United States in the relevant sense. And why do I agree with Mr. Cooper that it is complete jurisdiction? Because that's the only way you get around the Indian tribes. The Indian tribes were subject to U.S. law to some degree, including the General Crimes Act of 1817. It was not a complete jurisdiction, and that's what they told us. We don't regulate contracts among themselves, we don't regulate property among themselves, so they are subject to our jurisdiction to some degree, but not a complete jurisdiction, a jurisdiction coextensive legislatively, executive, judicially, with the jurisdiction that the United States exercises over its own citizens now. That's what they told us. And I would add that although this was in the Congressional Globe, recent historical research has shown that might not surprise members of this body, but that most of the speeches in the Congressional Globe were not actually given in Congress. They were put in the Congressional Globe for the campaign trail. So it actually is probative of public
Shocking.
meaning.
That would never happen today.
Of course not, Senator. And so it was part of the public meaning. Well, in which sense are temporary visitors, for example, which you were talking to Mr. Schweitzer about, not subject to this complete jurisdiction? Well, the Louisiana military authorities thought they could not conscript children born in Louisiana to people who were only temporarily there. Would it be lawful under the law of nations to exercise that kind of jurisdiction? What about domicile? Everyone understands that courts exercise, what about judicial jurisdiction? Everybody understands that courts exercise a general jurisdiction over anybody domiciled in the court, within the court's geographic boundaries, where the court has authority to act. Temporary visitors are subject at most to the specific jurisdiction of a court. It is a jurisdiction that is less complete. There are other rules under the law of nations that generally sovereigns declined to exercise their legislative power over certain rights relevant to temporary visitors, like their status rights, marriage, things like that, including citizenship, actually, under the law of nations. And so there are many ways in which temporary visitors were not subject to U.S. law all the way down in the sense that U.S. citizens were. And so that's the clarification I would add.
Not being accorded full opportunity for redress of grievances in court, for example.
For example, correct.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
I don't have questions, but I really want to thank all of our witnesses and just sum up my point of view. We have an enormous debate in this country about immigration. And I don't think this, what feels like an academic argument, but has real consequences, is going to mitigate, but I think it's going to aggravate the uncertainty about us. I mean, our country has a right and an obligation to have a secure border, but our nation has a proud history of welcoming immigrants, and that's being challenged now. Our nation has several million people who are here that don't have a clear status, but have been contributing members of the community, like Alejandro's dad. And we have to find a way to resolve that. This is my point of view. But I think this whole attack on what has been accepted law would hurt, not help us address the immigration challenges that we face as a nation. It would inflict immense amount of additional uncertainty. And it's not as though this debate, which is something that appeals to lawyers with the history. I mean, I'm very impressed with the professionalism and the intellect of the attorneys who've been testifying here. This is fundamentally a political problem that has to be resolved through discussion and collaboration, and ultimately a respect for the dignity of the people who are here, a respect for people who want to come here, as long as it's done in the right way. So I just want to express to you my gratitude, but I especially want to have you extend to your father my appreciation for what he did in raising 3 Marines that have served our country well. Thank you all very much.
Okay, I want to I'll echo that. Thank each of you for your time today and the insights you were able to offer to the committee. Written questions for the record can be submitted until this coming Tuesday, March 17th at 5 p.m. We ask the witnesses to submit their responses within 2 weeks, so that means by Tuesday, March 31st at 5 p.m. Thanks again to all the witnesses for your testimony today. The hearing stands adjourned.
So we get to blame you for Cruz?